2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Wow. I'm fine.
It's your skin.
Yeah.
It's on the ground, never mind. If this was crystal, it'd be off for half an hour. Okay. Take a second. Stick.
I think it's just an ouch. Just an ouch.
Just give me out.
I'm okay, thank you.
Should we just get that sorted out?
No, it's fine. You know,
One at a time.
all around there.
No. up. That's my best people, our best behaviour zone.
1, 2.
Okay, well, hello everyone, and welcome along to the UK County Championships over 50s here at Rocket Padel in Bristol. What many believe is the home of UK Padel, and we are very happy to bring you this first televised match of the day, at least with a little bit of commentary on it. And as you can see, it is Berkshire against Nottinghamshire. Berkshire getting us underway. It's Adrian Stahl alongside Paulie Cunningham, and they're up against the Nottinghamshire pair of Mark Bairstow and Margaret Woolley. And incidentally, this is the final match in Group 2. Top of each of the groups go through to the semi-finals, which are played later on today, and then we will have the final as well this evening. That's when the mixed gets done. We've also got men's and women's, which will both conclude tomorrow, but lots of group stages. But it's busy in and around the paddle courts here. 14 paddle courts in total here at Rocket Padel in Bristol. My name's Pete Hodges, and as you can see, it's been a great start for Berkshire here, and I'm very proud and happy to say Tom Fallis, who's a very strong paddle player himself, is alongside myself in the commentary box. How are you doing, Tom, first of all? What's it like being here once again?
Oh, it's great to be here, thanks Pete. Yeah, lovely to be back. I've still never actually played at this venue, which is very upsetting. Going to try and remedy that this weekend. But yeah, lovely to be back, nice to see it so busy, and can't wait to watch some great paddle.
Yeah, certainly. As I say, this is the first encounter of the day. Both of these counties haven't fared all that strong initially. Nottinghamshire losing both of their matches to Buckinghamshire and Surrey, so they can't make the semis, but Berkshire can. Oh, lovely stop volley.
Good hands. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing some nice long rallies with the over 50s competition. Obviously, they have a slight lack of power compared to the sort of open. So they go for more lobs, consistency, placement. So I'm excited to see some nice long rallies and some good hands.
And it's something that we've talked about a lot previously in terms of just what this sport can do, in terms of how long you can play it for. It's always been the case with sports like tennis, but paddle even more so, the court that much smaller. So if you've got a bit of finesse and touch, it can still be highly effective, no matter the age. Yeah, incidentally, Nottinghamshire, as I say, lost both of their matches to Buckinghamshire and Surrey, whereas Berkshire got the better of Buckinghamshire but didn't get the better of Surrey, so they need help from Buckinghamshire if they are to make it out of the group as group winners in Group 2. You said you haven't played here before. Is here becoming like the All England club in at Wimbledon in terms of these are the hallowed surfaces and courts?
I think it's hard to tell. This was the first big venue in the UK, and I think they've done a really good job. The organisers here and the owners have done a great job at making it a really lovely club atmosphere. There's a lot of paddle centres opening up at the moment, and it's becoming a very lucrative business, and I think it's important that sort of club vibe is still kept, and I think this club's doing a really good job at that, so I hope that more follow suit.
Oh, Pauline Cunningham already showing just how strong she is at this sport. All smiles as far as Berkshire are concerned, and they break early for a 2-love lead, but we saw the shot up the line, showing she's got the ability to play the angled backhand as well.
That early break as well, so important in a fast 4 format, which this mixed tournament is. It makes such a difference. It can go away from you so quickly.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, it is up to 4 games in each of the sets. It's a best of 3 sets, but if they do split the first 2 sets, then it will be a tiebreaker to settle it. Incidentally, a tiebreaker in the set itself will happen at 3 games all. They're also playing silver point, which means if it goes to deuce, they'll have 1 opportunity to win it by 2 points in the game. But if they don't do that, it goes back to deuce again. It will then be a deciding point.
Oh, nice. Well played.
Yeah, nicely put away. Yeah, incidentally, both of these pairs playing together for the first time. Pauline Cunningham and Adrian Stahl have played this weekend already, but they've not played with each other. They played with different partners. Whereas for Nottinghamshire, both Mark and Margaret are making their debuts. They're not featured in their first matches. And again, coolly done from Cunningham.
Yeah, I don't know if you felt like this in your tennis days, Pete, but I personally struggle with starting a match, getting into it. It takes me a while to warm up, to get that sort of focus, and especially in this fast 4 format, that's my nemesis of a match, because it takes so long to get into it. You've got to be so disciplined and on it from the get-go. It's impressive to see these players.
Well, yeah, coming from Cornwall and Devon, I'd know a lot about travelling along. Everywhere you've got to go is basically a long way, and yeah, the mornings in particular, I was often pretty bad at starting out matches. But we did see the Nottingham team warming this pair up, though, didn't we? Trying to get themselves ready.
Yeah.
Well, good communication from the Berkshire pair.
It's the other thing that's great about paddle. I mean, it can just switch in an instant as well. And the momentum shifts can just happen in 1 point, and suddenly you feel like you're cruising, and then you're set point down. It's a stressful game.
It's one of the longer rallies we've seen. Doing well a couple of times there. Nicely weighted lobs, but it seems pretty tough to get the ball past right now, this Berkshire pair.
You can see as well they have the ideal setup of a lefty and a righty, which is yeah, it's kind of what you're looking for in a partnership as a paddle pair, because you've got both your forehands in the middle. So yeah, they look like a strong team.
I'm surprised they haven't been paired together before.
Maybe it's the first of many to come.
Yeah. There's a little bit of confusion here. 30 all. Miss return by Cunningham on the previous point. And at the moment, she can do no wrong, Pauline Cunningham.
That down the line shot again, like you're saying. Very strong.
He used to play golf for Scotland, did Pauline Collingham, and also tennis for Berkshire. So he's clearly moved about a little bit in her life. And that is the first set. So an ideal opening set. They secure the bagel, do Berkshire. Cunningham and Stahl win the Open at 4-love in next to no time. And of course, just mentioning that Cunningham representing Scotland in golf, but tennis for Berkshire. That's something you're trying to do. You're trying to be crafty, switching counties.
Trying to switch counties, yeah. I've sort of moved to Leeds about just under a year ago now, from London. So trying to switch from Surrey to Yorkshire, but it's proving a difficult task.
Although I was doing my due diligence, I was reading up on what it takes to represent a county, what you need to do. So you either need to be born there, or you need to have lived there for a year. So you're nearly there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe next year I'll be. Yeah,
it's from the date of the competition. So I think it's from April 26th. If you'd moved, so I don't know when you moved to Leeds, but
yeah,
whenever that day was.
It's been about September last year, I think. So,
so as soon as you get September, then you will be a Yorkshire paddle
Yorkshire
player,
man. There
rather
we go.
than Surrey.
Thank you for that. Good to know. Glad I came.
Well, I was born in Cornwall but played for Devon all my life. So, but I now think, I could possibly. I live in Devon now, so I did live in Middlesex for a while. I definitely wouldn't be able to play for Middlesex if I ever did take up the sport a little more.
Yeah, they've got a strong squad there.
But Devon and Cornwall, I think there'll be opportunities. But yeah, I've always thought, I am Cornish, so maybe I should represent if I actually could get to play paddle a bit more.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because how have you found, you were saying you've played a little bit of paddle now from your tennis transition. How have you found it sort of transferred the skills?
I think that the point that you made earlier on is that the point is always still alive, especially when someone hits it hard. You're so used to it being at the net, pinging a smash away, or usually missing it if you were me. But pinging it into the ground, it's kind of done, and that's the psyche of that took a bit of time, and therefore the positioning of where you should be on the court due to that. But I feel I've played about 4 times now. I played it once since I last commentated, and it was brilliant fun. I'm so unfit, it's embarrassing. Played with Toby Borden, who I think is the main man, isn't he?
Yes.
And then played against Dave Palmer, who
also a good player. We were watching him last time, weren't we?
I used to play county tennis with him, and it was brilliant fun. It was absolutely brilliant. Really tight matches. I'm sure. I think both Toby and Dave were going very light on me and my friend. But
that's the other thing as well. I mean, you can have a lot of mixed abilities in a match and still enjoy it, and everyone still be able to get stuff out of it, and you're still very much in it, even though.
And that was it. We had some incredible rallies. Like my friend was also another county tennis player, and we were playing paddle for about the 4th time. And because we had the reactions and hand skills, we could keep points going and got the weight of the lob right. It was just things like, I think, putting the ball away at the net. Yeah. And reacting to when the point can go on, playing off the wall as well.
And it's my tennis experience isn't as extensive as yours, but I do find it's a much more tactical game. You have to really think about your point structure and how. What a shot though! Well played.
Just as we were saying,
I know.
A little tactical game. How about finding an angle like that?
But you really are trying to think, 3 or 4 shots ahead as you're building a rally.
That's nice length on the serve there from Stahl. Well, it was a really good serve, and the apology from Cunningham because it was off the end of the racket.
Bit of a miss hit, but she's been doing that a lot anyway, intentionally, so I think that's allowed.
Everything's working for her, and it's an early break in set 2 and a 2-love lead.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire are going to need to find something quite extraordinary here to try and pull this one back. But as I said, it can be done.
smart. Right into the corner. So how will Surrey feel? Have you had any hate mail from them?
No, not yet. I play quite a bit with Gareth, who I think was in the final the last time you were here watching. But to be honest, I think that Surrey team are very, very strong, and I'd struggle to get into that anyway. Not saying the Yorkshire team aren't strong, but I play a lot with the Yorkshire team as well. I know them a lot better than I do the Surrey boys, so
it's a good job no one really knew you. So.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't care, basically.
Well, it was a really nicely weighted lob from Margaret, but this time unable to be backed up by Bairstow.
At least they're trying to come into the net more, though. That was the right idea, I think.
Right down the middle, dissects the two.
Yeah, Barkshire are playing very aggressively and closing that net down straight away and winning the point, not really giving Nottinghamshire a chance to get in the point.
Well, it's a little one-sided, this encounter right now, but we've seen some entertaining points and some brilliant shots. Incidentally, after this match, we should have on this court. It can get moved around because there's a lot of moving parts. As I say, there's men's and women's action as well, but there'll be a women's match between East Scotland and Bucks, and then we'll have the semi-final of the mixed. That's at around 4:20. If you're with us, do join us for it if you can. That's the semi-final one. The other semi-final will be on the second court. And then we'll have Wiltshire against Nottinghamshire in the women's before the mixed final at 6 p.m. this evening. One not to be missed.
There it is again, that down-the-line shot. Absolute killer.
I hear as well there's paella coming this evening. So if you are near Bristol or near Rocket Padel in Bristol and you're thinking, well, I'm just watching this on the stream, why not pop down? I mean, I'd imagine it's going to come out at about 5 or 6 o'clock.
Very exciting. That's news to me.
I think that was. I mean,
I'm holding you to that now.
I might have sold everyone down a river here. If no paella comes, there'll be the pitchforks out. But no, it was wonderful. Last time we were here, we had the hog roast and just a terrific atmosphere. Meanwhile, there's 3 match points here for Berkshire. Oh, it's a brilliant shot.
Well played.
And, well, that really sums it up, as in valiant effort from Nottinghamshire. They asked a lot of questions in that final rally, but Cunningham and Stahl just too strong. Really impressive performance by Berkshire. They've still got an outside chance of making the semi-finals, although they do need help from Buckinghamshire elsewhere. They'll be taking on Surrey. They need Buckinghamshire to beat Surrey to have a chance of making the semis, but it looks like Surrey are the strong favourites. But there you go. It's a 4-love win for Cunningham and Stahl. Well, hello again. Welcome back to the UK Padel County Championships, over 50s. And, well, we are in the midst of the Saturday, day one. And the mixed doubles, or the mixed tournament, is heading towards the semi-final, whereas the women's and the men's are just getting underway. So we've got a bit of women's doubles action. First matchup of Group 4, Buckinghamshire against East Scotland. And I'm very happy to say, no offence to Tom Fallis, who was with me a few moments ago, but he's been replaced. I'm joined by Nes Northpanting. Nes, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Delighted to join you. Thank you for inviting me.
No worries. Yeah, always
You probably
great
didn't have a choice, did you?
I didn't have a choice. I did
Let's
try
be
and
honest.
veto it straight away as soon as I heard it was happening. But no, fantastic to have you. So alongside me. Have you been to Rocket Padel in Bristol before?
I have, yeah. I've been here a few times. It's a brilliant venue.
And you're representing Surrey, am I right?
I am. I'm their captain.
Oh, you're the captain. So what does the captain mean? Does that mean you select the teams?
We do.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Is that yourself included in it?
Yeah, making that decision whether to play yourself or not.
So it's the old school sort of player-coach role in football, as in you put yourself up front all the time. And
I'm actually not going to play.
oh, really?
Yeah.
That's very humble.
Thank
of
you. Yeah. And you playing paddle yourself?
I play a little bit, and little being the emphasis out of the two words there. I played a lot of tennis as a junior, but I absolutely love the sport. I just think it's fantastic in terms of what a leveler it is, but also just the rallies you get, and it's also more about finesse than power, which I think is...
It certainly is. It takes us a long time to realise that, though.
Yes, that was what Tom was asking me, the difference between tennis and playing paddle, and so used to just putting those balls away at the net, and the fact that the point continues, something that took me a little bit of time.
So
yeah,
are we likely to see you playing more paddle in the future?
No, I don't think so. Although last time I was here, it was for the men's and the women's, the non-age groups, and I did come across a lot of my ex-county tennis players. They were all now playing paddle, it seemed, and so it did make me want to play the sport a lot more. But yeah, my fitness is atrocious.
That might be why we're all playing.
As for here, as you can see, Buckinghamshire have held. By the way, we should just run through the names. Buckinghamshire players.
So
East of Scotland serving right now, haven't we? Which is Fiona Livingston. She's partnered by Ashley Mears, hitting the volley as I speak. And that's nicely done by East Scotland. As for their opponents, it's Rebecca Brett and Julie Malloy. It's an excellent rally.
So we've got Fiona serving, haven't we, at the moment, for East of Scotland.
Have indeed. And I was expecting a better tan from Fiona, if I'm being brutally honest, because she's played paddle for about 20 years, the majority of that time in Marbella.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What's she doing in Scotland
Yeah.
or back here? Well, that is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you, I mean, that the sport is huge, isn't it, in Spain, but it is growing like no other here in the UK.
It is absolutely the place to be, and I think what is lovely is how many people are going off on holiday there, playing in Portugal, playing in Spain. It's a great excuse, actually, for more holidays, more sunshine.
Have you done a trip with friends to
Do you know, I
Spain?
have. I was fortunate to go to Marbella and play at what has just been rated, I think, the best paddle club in the world, the NAC.
Wow.
It is beautiful. I would absolutely recommend it. If you have time, get yourself there.
I'm sure Fiona Livingston will have played there as well.
I'm sure.
But you haven't had a trip to Argentina yet.
No, that one's going on the wine tour trip, actually. Paddle and wine. Not at the same time. So do we have any info on who we expect to win this one?
No, it's been an even start as well.
It is. It is.
That's very nicely done. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the wine tour, because actually, and funny you also mention about the information. Usually as a commentator, you might do a bit of research, you might have things handed to you. All I've been handed about Rebecca Brett and Julie Malloy is that they play paddle together in Slough.
Okay.
But they both like a drink often after the paddle fun together. So maybe they will be with you in that Argentinian wine trip.
Maybe they will. And, well, quite frankly, what better, really,
Yeah.
than to enjoy a lovely glass of, I guess, Argentinian red wine after a great game of paddle.
Able to quite sneak that volley over. This was close. A little bit of confusion. So it's a break for East Scotland. Oh no, it isn't. It's a hole for Buckinghamshire. There's a little bit of confusion.
They're playing Silver Juice, I believe, today. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes. And that was actually something I was being taught about a little bit earlier on, because tennis player I only really knew Golden.
Do they play Golden in
Well, they play
tennis?
deciding points in doubles. Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, that's across the board in men's and women's doubles.
Okay.
And, I would say mixed doubles, but it depends on the Grand Slam. But yeah, we don't have Silver Juice.
No, I think actually we're all really liking the Silver Juice. I think that Golden Juice sometimes is just, it can be so punishing. You can play, you know, funny, you can play a match, and if you lose 6 Golden Juices, it feels unfair to lose 6 love.
Yes. Yeah, it's the first I've heard of Silver Juice, but it makes total sense.
I think it's actually for the age range, you know, as in 50s and our hair. So, no, obviously not.
No, not at all. No, yeah, not at all.
It's a senior thing. Oh.
So how did you come about playing paddle then?
Oh, great question. I actually started, we were in Dubai for 21 years, so I started during COVID. During COVID times, there was, I don't know if you've been to Dubai.
That's the 2 of the places I've played paddle in. Well, I played paddle in about, actually 4 different places, but Dubai is one of them.
So you will be well aware how booming it is over there.
Yes.
Yeah. So Spanish friend, he was used to be like a number 3 junior when he was younger, convinced us to play. I remember thinking, this is not real tennis. What is this? It looks like tennis. I don't think it's going to be a very good sport. And how wrong can you be?
Yeah.
Never look back.
And so did you play tennis?
I did,
Yeah.
but I haven't played for a long time. I had a shoulder injury over 20 years ago, and sadly had to stop playing. And so, I mean, that's the beauty of paddle. Actually, I just saw underarm serve, and actually even the overheads are a lot more sideways.
Yeah.
So you can really protect that shoulder. And I think that is why also, as you get older, it is a brilliant sport that I think I'd always envisaged I'd be playing tennis until I was in my 80s and older.
Yeah.
So I feel that paddle is one that is such an inclusive sport, much more accessible, much easier for beginners to get quick successes, and obviously it's just brilliant.
And also you've got the social scene that we were just talking about as well.
We have. In fact, I thought we'd have a glass while we were watching.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have tried.
Is that not part of the sponsorship deal that UK Paddle have set up? They've not got, that's for next time, is it?
I mean, we need a bit of English something. I mean, because obviously you've got the Argentinians, you've got the Spanish. I think, a bit of English sparkling.
English
maybe.
wine? I'm not sure.
What's good in Bristol? They must do some good ale.
Well, they do. I tell you, scrumpy. That's what's good in Bristol.
Yeah. I'm Devon, so it's
are you?
yeah. So you know
you would
that's
say
a
you're
controversial.
scrumpy.
I'd say Devon Scrumpy's.
Yeah, well, I do.
than
I know. I went to uni in Devon, so in Plymouth, so you could be right, actually.
Back to the Tessa. Is 2-all. Even start.
It's really even. Actually,
Oh.
if you were to ask me, I could not pick at the moment which way this is going to go. I have to say at the start, I thought East Scotland were going to run away with it, but it is very close with Bucks 40-15 up and serving for this game.
Oh, it's good depth. It just became too awkward to deal with. In the end for Fiona Livingston. Perfect.
And I think they've just taken that game, have they?
They have. So Bucks, we are 3-2 up. We're still on serve. And a reminder, of course, it's a full set, unlike the mixed, which was to 4 games. And a tiebreaker at 3-all. This one is full sets.
That fast 4 format, have you ever played it?
I have, yeah, only in tennis though, not in
Do you like
not in
it?
paddle. It was a long time ago that I
Okay.
played it, and so yeah, and I don't think I did because I'm so used to okay, you can go a breakdown and you can respond and all of that. Whereas, yeah,
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think it's brutal. I think it's pretty tough to you've got to go up early and stay up early. There's not much room for error, but it does make it very interesting. You get a lot tighter matches in that formation.
oh,
Ooh,
let's just
ow.
hope she's okay. It was actually Mears who took one, but able to respond straight away. Of course, that is part and parcel of paddle.
It sure is.
That's nicely done. In terms of it was an awkward low ball. So here's a chance then for Buckinghamshire to get the first break of this opening set. Well, Buckinghamshire taking over the point there. It was a really good lob return from Rebecca Brett. Set the point up.
And I think, you know, that is the thing with paddle, is sometimes you think that rally is over. And then it just sneaks back over that ball.
Did that take you a while? Because I know that was the question Tom asked me as a tennis player, to know that the point keeps going.
Oh, yeah, you've got to never give up. It definitely took me a while. You know, you're not expecting it to come back, are you, when it's gone behind you as a tennis player? It goes past you.
So here we go. It's going to be a silver juice. First juice of this match, so that's why there's a little bit of confusion here. It is juice. Ah, so there's confusion on the score there, rather than what the format would be. We believe it is silver juice, so that's why we are continuing. For those that don't know what silver juice is, it means you get the opportunity to win the game as you normally would with full juices once over, but if you don't do it that time, it's then sudden death on the next juice. That's excellent play.
That was unfortunate for East Scotland there. Oof. We call that the cardinal sin.
The double fault. Even more so, break point down.
And in paddle underarm serve. It's not what you want.
I can understand.
It happens. Don't get me wrong, it happens.
Trying to get that serve right can be a bit of a touchy thing.
100%.
So I can certainly understand the error there.
Absolutely.
But it's a first break for Buckinghamshire.
Yeah. It's definitely getting a bit tenser out there, maybe. How do you deal with nerves?
In tennis?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time since I've been in that position.
Okay, in commentating?
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, it's all the cliches, isn't it? Just trying to stay in the present and all of that. In terms of certainly have said all the cliches.
Yeah. Can you do them?
I think. Yeah, I think it's all about, isn't it, really, from a psychological point of view, is setting up routines. So
well done.
Setting up ways that you know you can go back, even mind maps in your own mind, and you know where to go to at certain points when certain things happen. But that comes through repetition, and as we know, that's why sport's brilliant, because it's so unpredictable. You can't always replicate the exact scenario to set your mind up. Yourself?
I think you're spot on. It's a process, isn't it? You've got to have a routine that can just bring you back to, and actually that last point there, I think the transition from a tennis player to a paddle player is knowing when to let it go, knowing that the wall is your friend, as we hear time and time again, and slowing that game down, because you can get very, very, almost fast play, but that's not helpful to you in this sport. You want to slow it down. Like, that was unfortunate. And I think we have to get really, really, really comfortable with the walls.
But that's part of the beauty of the sport, isn't it?
Absolutely.
In terms of if you do get a bit hot-headed, being able to control that. And so they are able to back up the break, Buckinghamshire. So they're a game away from taking the opening set. They lead 5-2.
That's an impressive lead.
In terms of your chances here in the women's event?
Oh, Surrey.
Surrey.
Am I allowed to say?
You are. I mean, I know you're very strong across the board in paddle. Yeah.
I'm really optimistic.
Yeah.
We've got a really fantastic squad and team with us, and I'm very optimistic. It's about doing the job on the day.
And Surrey have had great success in other age groups in paddle.
They have, yeah.
Why? Why are they so strong?
It's a very good question. It could be because if you look at the map, I believe UK Paddle have a map that you can go onto, and you can see where all the courts are within the UK, and there are many. It's quite densely populated, so maybe that early start in terms of the rest of the country, but obviously it's growing so quickly, and there are so many great players coming onto the scene now. We're going to hope to keep that dominance, but it is anyone's game.
Yeah, and as you say,
that's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, swatted away.
Scotland, yeah.
And as you say, it's growing so much all around the country, this sport, so all the other counties will be looking to play catch up.
Absolutely, and I think you've got some brilliant tennis players coming onto the scene. A little bit of coaching, really early doors, forcing yourself to learn the walls, I think, is key. And I think we're going to see a lot of really good players, and it's just going to get better and better. I don't know if you saw the female player of the year, seeing as we're watching females. Did you see the latest?
No.
Amy Gibson?
No. Let me know.
Oh, yeah, she just won that award this week. Super proud. She's doing amazing. At last count, I believe she's broken into the top 100.
Wow.
98 in the world, playing with Cat Rose. They're doing fantastically. It's brilliant to see the girls doing so well.
Breaking down barriers.
They sure are. Yeah. They sure are. Yeah. I believe that Amy is the first I'm not sure whether it's UK player or first female player to break into the top 100, World 100. So really proud. And can I tell you, one of the first people she ever played paddle with?
Go for it. Yourself?
It was in Dubai.
Wow, so
Yeah.
there we go. And
Yeah.
are you now a coach? Have you gone down that road yet?
I am actually doing my coaching level 2 with the LTA. I've not finished it, but I'm in the process of, yeah. So it's great. I mean, we need more coaches, and for me, actually, it's about activating the sport. So I'm a teacher, so I really want to see the youth, our young boys and girls come through and just see the sport grow. And also just activating it for anyone that's new to the sport.
Yeah. And as you say, such an accessible sport.
Oh, it really is. Oh.
Such an effective shot, you see. Very fine lob.
You cannot underestimate that lob. Did you know the percentage of lobs that happen in female paddle?
No, in terms of per shot, is this?
I think in terms of over a match, yeah. In terms of like, I don't either. I just wondered if you did.
No, I mean,
sorry.
having commentated on the county champs women's final and throughout the week, that was something that was absolutely incredible to watch. Just how they were getting it within an inch of the wall, time and time again, and it was all really about the lob, but they almost just played it in their sleep in terms of the weight of the shot. And how they were able to get it right.
I mean, in tennis, we would hate that, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Old moon ball.
Yeah,
Because,
exactly.
used to call the opponents.
But you know what? They're going to do really well in paddle.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that would have gone over if it had been outside, but it is one of the challenges of playing indoors, that roof.
Just trying to figure out what the score is here, so bear with us. We will have someone going to ask. We were wondering whether the first set was won. Either way, seeing some really good rallies between these two. That just
Really
nicked
close.
the fence, it did. So we're going to find out now. We know that was Buckinghamshire who won that game. I think that might have been the set for 6-3, but we'll get confirmation of that.
So in commentary, who's the best person you've ever not best, or who's been your favourite
person to work with?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a good job, hopefully. Well, I don't know who will be listening to this, so I've got to be very political and careful in how I answer this. Probably, I usually go to Alicia Mollick. Do you remember Alicia Mollick?
I don't.
World number 8, got to semis of Australian Open. She's Australian. But just lovely, warm demeanour, but, you know, as a silver medalist at the Olympic Games, so, you know, in terms of her calibre, it was amazing, but she's just one of the most lovely people, so easy to chat away to. But look, I mean, I've been very privileged. I've commentated with some of the greats, the likes of Billie Jean King and Navratilova.
Wow.
And done a lot of work with Tim Henman, Tim and Greg, who are both really good people too. So, you know, I've been in a very privileged position, and you know, everyone has positives and negatives. Well, most of them all have positive. They all do it in a different way. Different personalities, and that's the joy of what I do, in terms of you just get to meet so many different people, and a lot of people who have achieved incredible things. And it's not always the best tennis player is the best colour commentator, we call it, because you know, some of them, the work that other colour commentators will do to study the sport can often be even more fascinating, or their background might have been even, you know, how they got to tennis, how they achieved what they achieved. You can get some, you know, but so many different characters. It's very lucky to do what I've
Well,
done.
you're obviously very, you're
now,
obviously
Nez,
very
you're top of the
good.
charts there.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the, you know, as in you come in.
Well, clearly,
come in,
yeah. I mean, I was waiting.
straight in. Yeah. I've got to mention Tom as well because he's still sat with us. It was first time commentating with him just a few moments ago, and mightily impressive. Yeah.
Well, you know, you can have, you know, two favourites, can't you, in this tournament?
But as you can see, we have found the score, and that was due to Tom. Top work from Tom. That's why I have to praise him. That's just nicely nudged up the line. Really good passing shot from Buckinghamshire. Julie Malloy with the pass.
It is. This is definitely not going the way I thought it was going to go.
No.
If I'm honest, no. I really thought Scotland were going to lead in this match. So.
Is that just due to East Scotland's calibre? And again,
well, I know they did very well in the
county?
Four Nations recently, particularly in this age group. They did really well. But potentially they've mixed it around. Maybe they might not have the same players, or they might have switched around partnerships.
And just to explain to everyone how the groups work, the winner of each group goes through the semi-finals. So if you do lose a match, you are in a little bit of trouble. You'll need help from another county. But not only that, there are two pairs. So it's first pair, second pair. We're watching the number one pairs here on centre court today. But if the number twos, let's say East Scotland lost this matchup, their number twos were to win, it would go to a championship tiebreaker. What a get that is.
That was an incredible get. That rally is still going.
Oh, it's the rally of the match so far,
Yeah.
but some go-go gadget arm skills from
Absolutely.
Ashley Mears to keep that point going.
And that is the thing. The rally is never over in paddle until it's over.
But yeah, as I was saying, so if it finishes one match apiece, it'll go to a championship tiebreaker, whereas it's one from each pair, right? Or
Yes, so you take a player from each pair. So, you know, you've got to be a bit strategic, potentially who you play in your pair one, who in your pair two. I know there's obviously the rule that the highest ranked player has to play pair one. But potentially if you're thinking that there's a chance it's going to go to a championship tie-break, I know sometimes you see people splitting their strength, so they've got their strength across pair one and pair two, almost prepping and getting ready for it.
you know, these are things you have to think about as a captain.
Yeah, you do. So
Are you
it's
not
good
playing at
to-
all then this weekend, or will you step in at some point?
I might step in. I'll see how the team goes. But I feel I'm very, as I say, optimistic that they're going to do a great job. They are potentially playing right now. I could be in a bit of trouble not watching their match.
But we need you for commentary more. That's
Oh,
a wonderful point there
That
from
was an amazing shot.
Buckinghamshire. Both players.
I've been told sometimes paddle is like a game of chess. You're constantly looking for the spaces and moving your opponents around.
Well, Tom was saying earlier he thought of it 1 or 2 shots ahead.
Yeah,
or 2 or 3 shots ahead of
absolutely.
play.
Tom is very wise.
Well, we did have 3 break points here, but 2 have been saved. Still a break point remaining for East Scotland. Well, they weren't able to break their opponents in that first set.
I always think when you watch the Spanish who've played for years, particularly those top players, they make it look so easy. They barely look like they're moving because they're just always in the right position. And it is all about a great rally. That's
Oh, what a
great
super
shot.
point.
Really great shot.
And that is a point for the break for East Scotland. Again, all 4 players contributing to a phenomenal point. But it's East Scotland this time around who break first in the second set to lead 2-1. So as much as you're not able to watch Surrey if your team are playing, I suppose you're doing a bit of scouting for perhaps further down the road, maybe a semi-final or final opponent.
Well, yeah, but we always
That's what
say,
you can tell your team anyway.
one match at a time. Oh, well, I say, you heard it here first. Peter said it was fine.
So you've got Dorset, Cornwall and Kent. In
Yes,
your group,
we
group
have,
5.
and we are playing Cornwall today,
Okay.
and then Dorset and Kent tomorrow.
So I would be saying good luck, but I can't. I'm Cornish born, so
Are
yeah.
you?
Yeah, although Devon were my county for tennis. So I've
And
lived
where
in
do you
Devon.
live now?
I live in Devon again now.
Oh, okay.
Did
So
live-
it's not even like you're based in Surrey, so we could have said, well...
No, I lived in Middlesex just about for about 13 years. So.
Okay, so that means you
So, yeah.
qualify for Middlesex. Did you
Yeah,
say? Yeah.
but I was saying to Tom, there's no chance I'd get in that team.
Do you
Devon
know-
and Cornwall, if I'd worked at it, maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Isn't it funny how actually we have that in our, almost in our kind of deep rooted within us, which county we want to play for?
Yeah, I see. I very much consider myself Cornish. I've got a
Okay.
Cornish name. My dad lives in Cornwall. Half my family's Cornish. But I've lived in Devon for most of my age and always represented Devon because I moved at the age of 3, and then from the age of 6 I was in the Devon team. So that was
That's
just
it.
yeah.
You
so
were
it's-
Devonshire? Is that a thing?
Devonshire, yeah.
Devonshire?
I mean, yeah, in the Shire. Yeah. But no, I'd still say I'm Cornish over. Yeah, but I don't know.
Great
yeah.
volley.
But yeah, who you represent? So could you ever represent?
No, another county. I actually wouldn't qualify for any other county. Oh, wow. She got back
Recovered
up.
okay.
Yeah, well done.
Good concentration there as well from Julie Malloy because her partner fallen down. Good to see Rebecca Brett is okay. Maybe just hurt her finger there. Of course, the surface. Are these courts a little more slippier in the corners? It looks like there's a little more sand.
They
at the
can
side.
be, yeah. I'm going to be honest, I don't know the all of the differences within the surface in terms of, all I know is outdoor courts for sure. That wet and that ice, that is not pretty to play on. These shouldn't be too slippy, even with that little bit of sand around. I don't know, did she just lose her footing there?
Lost her
or?
footing there, yeah. It was just a little bit of a slip.
Yeah.
I was worried she would have done more of a, pulled a muscle in the legs injury, but I think she has just maybe cut her
hand.
her hand, her finger. Hope she hasn't done any damage or broken a finger or anything like that. Toughing it out, straight back to it. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's... Oh.
And it feels like this match is getting better and
Wow.
better. We're seeing a lot more rallies.
What a great rally.
Is the classic paddle point, isn't it? As you've been saying, went one way then the other. You thought one team were winning it, then the other.
Sometimes when that happens, you want to say to them, do something different. Don't get stuck. Volley, 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 volley. Slow it down. Throw it up in the air. Put a lob in. Try and take control again of that point. You know, statistically, those players at the net should be winning the point. That's the theory.
Yes. There's a lovely soft volley there from Ashley Mears. It's juice now though, big point. Buckinghamshire looking to respond, having gone down a break. Just goes long. And rock solid tennis though. Paddle
Did you
play.
say
I
tennis?
did say the
But
T word. I apologise.
Well, I'm going to say actually sometimes it does look a little bit tennis-y
yeah.
on the paddle court. We say that all the time, not necessarily
You should
talking
get a
about
little
this
marker
match.
against me every time. I need someone to just to prod me.
We'll have a little box and you can put a
Yeah,
pound
exactly.
in.
Yeah, it's a swear box, the T box.
The T box. You know, what I wanted to say in that one is sometimes they need to let it go because you could see some of those volleys potentially may well have gone out earlier in that rally.
Oh, that's a bit of wizardry.
Good drop shot.
Although there is an apology there, so it might not have been fully meant.
Would you ever admit that though?
Definitely not.
No.
I'd be claiming, I'd be celebrating. Fist clench.
Of course
after that
we
one,
meant it.
even if it was a huge miss hit.
Yeah.
I thought she'd meant it.
I
thought
think
that-
she
that
meant
looked-
it.
yeah.
I thought, yeah.
That's been the amazing thing, actually. These two pairs, is in just how evenly matched they seem. Neither pair seem to be dominating the net.
No,
It's-
I would agree.
Oh, just into the side. Just in, right in line with that. Oh, just got into a bit of a tangle there. Did Livingston.
So tempting when that happens. It is, yeah, just to give it a good welly. These ones are that previous one was so hard to say to tell whether it was in or out. Actually, I'm glad you could see that it was in.
Well, I think either way, if it had been called out, I wouldn't have complained too much
right.
either. It was right
Yeah, it
into
was
the
absolutely.
junction. Scotland are threatening again here. It's a great lob, so much height on the ball. Doesn't get that one right. Well, East Scotland needed to respond, having dropped the opening set 6-2, and they certainly have responded in this second set. They break again for a 4-1 lead.
So it's really switched around.
What's been the reason for the comeback as far as
I
you're
wonder if
concerned?
they're just being a bit more attacking. They're taking that net and they're really actually trying to dominate the net. When they've not got it, they're throwing that lob up and they're trying to bide their time to take that net back. Potentially sometimes it just takes a set to settle in as well, especially if you're playing with a new person, someone you don't normally play with.
And of course, this is the first women's match. So they might have played some mixed earlier on today, but
Absolutely,
as you say, might have been just a few nerves in that opening set.
yeah. And I also think with paddle, this happens. Games can switch around so quickly.
Just got a little trap there. Do you have no man's land?
We definitely do.
You definitely do.
I
yeah.
would say she was in no man's land there, or no woman's land.
Yeah.
And it's so tempting sometimes to do, I get why she tried to take that. She wanted to get the net back straight away and actually just leaving a little bit of time, let it go to the wall, take your time and get that net back.
Just overcooking the smash there, Mears.
That's a beautiful, beautiful textbook shot.
It was real conviction too.
Yeah.
Made sure it wasn't
Really
coming back.
well done. Yeah, there's a lot more aggression coming from the East Scotland side.
Oh. A couple of times now, Mears
Yeah,
has
she's
brilliantly got the ball back
really
in play.
doing well on that, picking those up off the wall.
Yeah, the dexterity
Yeah.
there for all to see. Just a little trap there, but again, really good defensive work by Scotlanders in there. Here, they're everywhere right now.
They are, and Fiona's really just putting that ball away nicely. So it's staying so low when she's getting that weight forward as she transitions and hits it.
Again, it's another wondrous paddle rally.
Really good rally.
Just went one way, then the other once again. And everything going East Scotland's way in this second set. They extend their lead to 5-1. And that was relentless from Mears and Livingston.
I think it shows also just how even it has been. We said in the first set it seemed very even.
And also you probably felt that the first set was a little favourable to Buckinghamshire with the scoreline. Same with this set, as there's been a lot of tight games. East Scotland have certainly had the edge in set 2 in the bigger moments. So is there anything Buckinghamshire can do here? What would you do if you were Malloy and Brett?
Serving, maintain that net. Point by point, forget the score. And play 1 point at a time.
There's another cliche.
It really is. You've got to believe, haven't you, as well? You have to believe you can do it. Never give up. And have a goldfish brain.
Yes. Yeah, that's the old staying in the present. Yeah. Forget what's gone before.
Absolutely.
Very much easier said than done.
Oh, unlucky. Great running there. Just didn't make it.
So it's 15:30. They get it away. They've just up the aggression a fraction. In particular, Rebecca Brett seems to be going for it a little more. Little bit of confusion there, slight hesitation, and here's a chance for East Scotland to take the second set, take us into a match tiebreaker. It's a quality set of tennis overall from East Scotland, as they do indeed respond.
Ding, ding, another pound in the tin.
Oh, quality set of, did I say it? Oh
It
dear.
is. It's okay.
A quality set of paddle.
Very well.
Right there, it's having done this job for 15, 16 years straight, now needing to adapt. Not adapting, but East Scotland certainly adapted.
They sure did. That was an incredible comeback. Very good. They did really well to turn that around and bring that back to 1-set all. I think it's going into the champs tie break.
It's another cliche, but they've
who-
got the momentum.
They really have. I was wondering if that's what you were going to say.
Yes. Yeah, you've listened to me before.
I have. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because that's exactly what I would say.
As you were saying, it felt like East Scotland up the aggression there. They started to take up the
They
net
did.
a little more often.
They really
It felt
did.
like they were hitting with a bit more power too. So I just wonder, from Buckinghamshire's point of view, how they start this match tiebreaker. First to 10 points.
What do you think the secret is in these tie breaks?
Winning.
Yeah, and what do you think the secret to winning
To winning.
a tie break is?
I think I've never really known that the formula to it, to be honest, is in, you know, not to purposely use the T word, is in the tennis players who tend to have most success have often been the bigger servers, so it's been
Okay.
the aggressive players
Yeah.
that have often won more tiebreakers than lost, and that's the ability to pick up cheap points.
Yes.
Whereas it's a little harder in paddle to have that, to pick up those quick, cheap points,
Yeah.
to apply the pressure that way. But yeah, you know, again, it's all the cliches, isn't it? It's playing your own game. It's not perhaps playing the situation. So backing yourself with what you do well in the big moments.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic shot.
She's got eyes in the back of her head, hasn't she?
She's
Ashley Mears. It's
doing so
no matter
well.
where the
Yeah.
ball is, seems to know how to play, even on the pirouette. This has been a good start for Buckinghamshire in this deciding championship tiebreak, especially when you consider what happened in that second set. Last 5
Yeah,
games
they've done
were won by
well.
East Scotland.
Yeah. So is that 3-2 to East Scotland?
It sounded like that was what East Scotland had said. There was a little bit of confusion there.
Oh.
So now it is
No.
it's 4-2. Just a little bit of confusion with the score. Might get Tom to try and ask after this point, just a confirmation every point, mattering even more the fact we're in this championship tiebreaker. Was it going to sneak over? It has.
Oh, well done.
The stretch was worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it is
4-3
4-3 to East Scotland, so it was 3-all there. It's a very tight match tiebreaker. Remember, this is the first encounter in Group 4. Oh, what a shame. Just got too much of it, did Julie Malloy. This time, Livingston, a little too much of it. Come off the end of the racket. Deficit
And they're
reduced
not
to just
cheap,
the 1
those
point.
rackets either.
No. Good job she didn't smack it too hard.
Yeah.
Just confirmation that it is 5-4 East Scotland.
That's
Oh,
a
there it is.
great shot.
Rebecca Brett catching her opponents by surprise. We've seen Mears hit that shot a number of times.
But they don't always work because actually the rally is not over. There is time to turn around and get that, but it was a great down the line shot.
Minnie Brett got back. Oh,
Yeah, well
superb.
done. Really good encroachment on the net there.
Turning defence into attack, Mears. For the back foot. And again, we talk about pressure moments, staying calm. How calm was she?
She did
Off
brilliantly,
The
brilliantly.
wall. So little bit of confusion. Shouldn't be changing ends just yet. Or maybe just chasing a ball. See Scotland with a 6-5 lead in this match tiebreaker. A reminder, of course, if East Scotland have won the other match, and if they win this one, they won't need to play that championship tiebreaker to decide it with the split pairs. See the tension etched on the players' faces, what this means.
And on ours.
Yes. Yeah, we've gone a little quieter, haven't we,
Yeah.
since it's got that much tighter. Right in the balance, though. Back to serve. Oh, well, Livingston did so well to get the ball back, and for whatever reason, seemed to catch Brett by surprise.
That was an unfortunate error, actually.
So it's an 8-5 lead for East Scotland. Finish line very much in sight.
Could you call it at this point?
I think you'd have to back East Scotland right now. But we saw a bit of tension, I think, at the beginning of the match. So they will have expected to win this one. So the fact that it is so tight, maybe they'll feel the nerves a little more. And they've got their groove, there's no doubt about that. It's a brilliant reaction to dropping the first set. And now they have 4 match points.
Oh, that's
but
a
they stay
great
alive
shot. Well
somehow.
done. Well done.
Julie Malloy keeping Buckinghamshire in the match just about. First match point saved, still 3 to negotiate. Oh, finds the court, great reactive shot from Livingston, and that will do it. They were given a big scare, East Scotland, but they found a way to turn the match around, having dropped the opening set 6-2. What a response. They take the second 6-1 and win it on the match tiebreaker, 10 points to 6.
Great match, really good match.
It was thoroughly entertaining, lots of brilliant rallies, and you can see East Scotland celebrating courtside. So we'll find out a little later whether or not that's enough to secure the match overall for East Scotland against Buckinghamshire, but a fine performance from Mears and Livingston. You have to feel for Malloy and Brett. They certainly put up a valiant effort, but it is East Scotland who've won that on the match tiebreaker. Okay, welcome back everyone to the County Padel Championships, the UK County Padel Championships, over 50s, and we're right into it. This is the semi-finals of the mixed event, and it is Gloucestershire against Surrey. And already, first point is something that we are hoping to see much more of. First point, though, as you can see, going the way of Surrey. Surrey, who have beaten the likes of Nottinghamshire, Bucks and Barkshire. Maybe top Group 2 to get through to the semi-finals. It's the winner of each group. There were 4 groups in total that made the semi-finals. And Gloucestershire came through Group 1, beating Suffolk, Devon and South Wales. Tell you just who the players are first, and then I'll introduce the guest we have for this semi-final. And it's, as you can see, Surrey right now, serving right now is Sancho Simmons, who replaced Nick Gray late on in this #1 match on centre court. Elvira Campione is his partner, and they are taking on the Gloucestershire pair of Suso Padillo and Heather Sheridan. And as you can see, great start for Surrey, love service hold, but in the commentary box, on to myself, Peter Rogers, we've got Minter Dial, or Dial I should say, I got this wrong already, slipped up straight
Happy to
away.
go with anything.
But, well, you are paddle royalty. You were saying you're not quite paddle royalty, but you are really. So, lovely to have you here. First of all, how are you finding it here at Rocket Paddle in Bristol?
Well, I love Rocket Paddle as a brand. Seb Gordon's done a great job getting Rocket Paddle to a beautiful quality of environment. And the second game is about to start. What you can notice in this game is that there's high quality both in the woman and man players. Oftentimes it can be disequilibrium, but you can see it's very tight, strong play on both sides.
And who do you make favourite for this one, if you had to?
Well, I followed Heather's career, and oftentimes the fact that you have a left-hand player, the right-hand player, does give them a small advantage. But Elvira has really got some great volleys, so it's good. I think it's very even.
And Heather used to represent Ireland in paddle.
Yeah, and I mean, she has a long history in sports, so she's a tremendous competitor, great hand-eye. And the fact that she's left-handed again in paddle makes a big old difference.
Sneaky good return there from Sancho.
One of the things we forget is that paddle with its wall means that the length is very different, because what counts is where the second bounce lands. Good job keeping the net, but that's a little what? Oh, nice shot.
Stepping into that one, dispatching it with ease, Heather Sheridan.
Good practice.
Well got back by Sancho Simmons, but really smart play from Suso Padillo. Spanish name, there's a couple of Spanish sounding names. By the way, Sancho Simmons, he isn't Spanish, but yet his wife studied Spanish and French, and then now his daughter studies economics and Spanish. But he said his dad just liked the name Sancho, nothing to do with being from Spain, but certainly suits playing paddle.
Channeling the Spanishness.
Yeah. Because of course this sport is so big in Spain, it's also huge in Argentina, as we see the score has been levelled. But you were interviewing the first ever, the person who created this sport.
Yeah, well, the truth is that there are two countries that dominate the sport today, and that's Spain and Argentina. But the sport was actually invented in Mexico in 1969 by the couple Enrique and Viviana Corcuera. And it came out of a bunch of fun thoughts, crosses different sports, and then they kind of just invented what they wanted. And they had no idea it would become the sport that it is today.
So how did they set up the court with the walls and everything?
Well, the backstory is quite wonderful. The fact is that Viviana and Enrique Corcuera were living somewhere else, and essentially Enrique bought this new place in Acapulco, overlooking the sea, built into the hills, and Viviana said, "Well, let me see the plans." Showed her the plans, and she said, "Well, I don't see where the tennis court is." She said, "I'm not moving, because I want to play my tennis." And so it ended up becoming, well, we have to find a way to fit in a tennis-ish environment in this smaller environment. That's how it became a smaller court, 20 by 10. And then the very first game, apparently they actually had tennis rackets, which they sawed off and used tennis balls, and had walls all around because they want the balls flying off into the neighbors' gardens and such. And just sort of built out of that. Also has the background in platform paddle, which is how they got their first rackets. That was a nice volley. That's a nice pickup.
So it generally came about because of lack of space.
That's right. And the fact that it was in the hill, so that there was a natural wall, if you will, on one side. So they filled in the wall on the other side. Another little anecdote is that Enrique previously had played a lot of tennis and fronton, which is sort of the pelote basque. And what he liked about fronton was that the ball would never go too far because there's always a wall to recuperate the balls. And he loved the fact that he didn't have to walk very far to get the balls. And that was another thing, which, great point here, where you're just observing.
Oh, it's a phenomenal finish. And as you say, a wonderful point all round. Sheridan getting the job done in the end, and it's an early breaker serve for Gloucestershire.
What we like in this game, what we're seeing here, is that there's a good amount of patience. They're putting up lobs, they're playing chiquitas, they're moving both of the players around. So there's a good amount of strategy in the way that these two teams are playing.
But a continued story.
And so they had this small space. They decided to put on, to have the walls. The walls were only 3 meters tall, as opposed to the ones we have now, which are glass and with the grill, the reja on the top, which is 4 meters, but it was 3 meters before. In the beginning, they set up 25 rules, which Viviana Corcuera created. And one of the rules was you can't actually hit the ball out of the court, because if you hit the ball out of the court, it's going to bug the neighbors.
Yeah.
So you had to win by within the court. Hence this idea that it's not about power. It's about being
Finesse.
sneaky and finding out where the second bounce is going to die. Lovely lob by Elvira.
Oh.
It's one of the tricky things in mixed doubles, Pete, isn't it? Is knowing what's the correct...
Yes. How much can you target a certain player?
You know, the man targeting the woman.
Yes.
I mean, to be very frank, the quality of the women in this is absolutely matched, I would say, with the quality of the men. There's always the issue of strength.
Well, we've already seen already the reaction skills of both
Yep.
Sheridan and
Padel.
Yone. Yeah. In terms of being able to deal with the power of the men.
Great pick up off 2 walls.
Oh, didn't quite get enough on the lob, but gets away with it.
Well, it's the funny thing about paddle. I mean, once you get into the discretions and the nuances of paddle, is that you end up having a lot of different shots you can hit, which when the lob's going up, you have all this time, you have 7 different shots you want to hit. Well, it's very easy to forget which one you want to hit or screw up the easiest of shots.
Jumping out of the way of the ball there, Sheridan. Good communication.
Yep.
From Gloucestershire.
Oh!
Well, about the first thing she's done wrong. Done at a little bit of a tangle.
We've seen a couple of good paddle play. One of them was, I wanted to note, which was when Suso, he turned around. He did a turn on the shot. So the ball goes into the corner, and he just follows it around, which is a very, that's a great shot. Another touch
should
shot.
there be a name for that? Because I keep calling it the pirouette.
Yeah.
In terms of the
El
pirouette.
giro, we say in
giro
Spanish.
is
Yeah,
the-
just turn it. Just the
Okay,
turn
t-
is
the turn.
basically.
You're
yeah.
not calling them the hero there.
The giro. Well, we just talk about turn. There are several times when you do turn, but it's a very specific paddle ability. And then there was another one where we just saw Elvira hit a smash into the left corner, bounced big off the side glass, back glass, and rather than it being Heather's shot, even though it came into her corner, it bounces out big, and it must be the partner shot because he has much, or the partner has much more time to see the ball and pick it off. Contra pared.
Oh. This is a stunning rally.
Unbelievable. Oh, what a great,
and for
great
me,
point.
That's the other thing with paddle. So often when we see these amazing rallies like we just saw there, every player contributes.
Right.
Every player does something towards the point.
Right. It's not over until the fat lady proverbially sings. It's you have to keep with it. I mean, sometimes you feel like you've killed the ball 4 times, and it keeps on coming back.
That was a break point, which was saved. So it's a silver point. So this is now a deciding point. Reminder as well, we're only playing up to 4 in the mixed in each set. So these are big moments early on here. What a lob that is, right into the corner, and it does the job.
Yeah.
And Surrey break back straight away. So 2-all first set.
One of the things that you can see about lobs like that, and you see it with the pros, is that they hustle back. Who cares if you have spare time when you're there? But you have to hustle back to make sure you're in position to get underneath it and hopefully scoop it up, or because you also have to deal with the walls. And so it's really important to get that footwork, do the extra preparation in order to be able to hit those shots.
So 2-all here. So Miss Minter, how did you got into the sport eons ago, if you don't mind me saying?
Indeed. Well, I'm 60, so eons have been past, but I began playing in 1974. And the reason was my parents used to take a cabin in a club which was in the middle of nowhere in a place called Marbella back in the 60s. And in that day, I mean, it was obviously nobody would go. It was the only hotel that was available. And it was run by a chap called Alfonso Hohenlohe. That's another example of the turn. Oh, there we go. And since we were there, we always played tennis and swimming and everything. And Alfonso Hohenlohe went to visit Enrique Corcuera and Viviana in 1974, to where he was introduced, great pickup, where he was introduced to paddle by the Corcueras. He ended up taking back the dimensions, lovely cut off.
Yeah, we were right in line with that. That was perfectly played, the volley.
You can see the point building up. But I mean, again, each of these players has this ability to turn any shot from a defense into an offense. Like that, for example. That was an offensive shot. Beautiful lob by Heather. Now she's in the tricky corner with the walls. Up. And that's where power helps. You need, if you can have at least some surprising power on occasion. The funny thing about paddle is you often need to earn the right to make certain shots. So you show power, and then you can do a dunk, an easy shot. But if you don't show the power, the dunk is actually, and you go to the dunk first, it's ruining your chances.
Back to you then.
Yep.
So 51 years.
Yep.
So you were playing in Marbella.
So I was at this club, and Hohenlohe brought back the dimensions of the club, and in 1974 built 2 courts immediately in concrete, 3-meter walls with the same rules. There was no wiring as you see here. It's just the walls came down and there was entrance. It wasn't very easy to see through because, I mean, it wasn't a spectator sport back then. It was just fun to play with. And so that's when I learned. I was 10 years old and I got to play, and I played with all sorts of fun people. And it was, at the very beginning, it was very niche. I mean, obviously, who knew this game? And I recall, I mean, my father married into a tennis family.
Yeah.
A top French player in the 50s and 60s, and his 2 children both played pro. And we would have these amazing family outings. I mean, we had so much fun. But back in those days, the rules, everything was relaxed. We would often I mean, as I got older, we would play with the sangria and in a hand almost. It was just about having fun outside. Obviously, you had the weather. Another great point, by the way. You have to keep this patience.
Inch perfect lob.
And then it gets to these points where you don't want to be the one who screws it up. Diagonal shots, nice drive. Elvira comes in.
She had enough of that rally, basically.
Yeah.
She said, no, this is ending now.
Well,
I'm coming
it's great.
across.
I
This is
love
my
it.
court.
But you know, it's such a good idea to surprise the opponents. Otherwise, you sort of get into these lob smash routines.
Oh, no, a little bit of a collision there.
Well,
Lack of communication, perhaps.
That's the problem with left and right-handed players when the center is both of them. And of course, you also have to just remember to keep patience.
Great to see so many watching this encounter as well, but behind the court. There's always a brilliant atmosphere here in Bristol.
Yeah,
for all
and
the
Rocket in
county scene.
particular. It's got great, I mean, it's a great ambiance, great club. It's well managed, in my opinion, and so all hats off to the team here at Rocket in Bristol.
Had a hog roast, I think, at the last event here, and I think there were rumours of paella. There's certainly beer always available, which is the main thing.
That's for sure. Well, I have 5 rules to paddle. I've been doing 5 rules to paddle since, I don't know, since I was old enough to do this. And the first rule is it's about having fun. Rule number 1. Rule number 2, don't get injured, because if you get injured, you can't have any fun. Rule number 3, be a good player. And that means obviously play well, but be good-spirited, good fair play. Because I mean, it's amazing when you watch the pros, and they have money at stake, and yet they are prepared to call a ball out when it's against their favor. And they all shake hands and they hug, they all know each other. I really hope that continues. Anyway, rule number 3, be a good player. Be fair play and try to play well. And rule number 4, only then, try to win. And then rule number 5, paddle wins, because we all have a beer. Great.
That's a
point.
thumping overhead, swatting it away, and well, what a turnaround this has been, because that has meant that Surrey has stolen the first set by 4 games to 2, having been a breakdown. Bigger points towards the back end of the set went their way.
And what's interesting about paddle is that, of course, like in tennis, you're starting over again. What should we be doing now? So the conversation, the ability to communicate. I mean, in all the podcast interviews I've done with the pros, it's systematic that communication is and the choice of your partner is 50% of the match.
Of course, we saw with the pros a lot of pairs changing.
That's true too.
In the off season.
Yeah, great pickup, and that's a lovely contra pared. Just as an example of how paddle just continues on. Beautiful lob, good length, coming in. Ooh.
Really well directed away by Simmons.
Another example of a winner that doesn't have power. It was just placed perfectly with great length.
Yeah, incidentally, Sancho Simmons, another person who got into the sport via his tennis club, played tennis at Epsom, and then they built a paddle court there and ended up thinking, oh, I'll try that out, and then now says he doesn't even play tennis anymore. It's all about the paddle for him.
Well, you can see, I mean, the quality of the hand-eye and the racket experience beforehand. But what's fun for me to see, frankly, here, Pete, is that, I mean, they really are playing paddle. I mean, it's despite the tennis backgrounds and all that, there is an enormous quality and variety of the types of shots.
Oh, whisker away. I think he actually nicked it.
Yeah.
Again, lovely reaction.
It's one of those ones where you think you've got it. Another thing which I like to comment is oftentimes people sort of get excited about their service. I mean, in tennis doubles, of course, serve is a big deal. But in paddle, the pros hit between 88 and 90% of their first serves in. And on top of that, of course, they're good first serves, but they're not They're not going for winner serves.
It's not killing the point straight
That's
away.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that we all at the amateur level ought to think about that, because when you dunk in your second serve, fine, you get it in, but you put the pressure on yourself all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And the way, I mean, if the pros continue to dominate and it is a server advantage, it's because they get the first serve in. That's really the key point. That allows them to have the net easily. 70% of points are won at the net. And so it's really not about having a powerful service, but a good first service and then holding the net.
And all of these attributes, as you were saying, I mean, it leads to paddle being so great for over 50s, over 60s, over 70s, because it is about the accuracy, it is about the finesse, it is about the touch.
It's not about power.
And the tactics.
Yeah. And by the way, for 3-4-year-olds, I mean, I've taken out little kids, and within 5 minutes, they're saying, you know, hey, mummy, look, I just got the ball back, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we had a 5-shot rally. It's another great get. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Eyes in the back of his head, knew exactly where he wanted to play it,
Yeah.
even though he was whizzing around.
Another example of just a nice touch shot. What about you, Pete?
What's that?
Playing paddle.
Oh, I mean, I love it. I haven't played as much as I would like. I mean, everyone's who's listens fed up for me saying I'm incredibly unfit, believe it or not. But
You don't look unfit. I mean,
yeah, that's. Yeah,
although
it's
my
deceptive.
daughter might, she's telling me what the word fit means, you know.
But no.
Right. I hope you're. Well, yes, I see a little bit of blush.
No, it's yeah. I used to play a lot of tennis, and I actually had glandular fever really badly, and that seemed to just it's affected me on the tennis court and affects me on the paddle court. But when I have played, I've absolutely loved every minute of it. I've selected good partners when I've played, which has meant they've done the running, and I've done the nudging.
Well, so you're playing on the right?
I would play on the right, yes. Right. But yeah, I've only ever played 4 times, but because I've played tennis.
You know your way around the net.
Yeah, I knew my way, and things like that, and also just that general competitive.
Right, sure.
Trying to get the ball back, right? As in how important that is, just to nudge it back and find ways to get the ball back in play.
One more time.
One more time, and all of that. So, yeah, and actually every time I've played, it's been really even. Whoever I've played with, it's been really close every single match.
Well, I mean, the tragedy of paddle is when it's not for even players. Because the reality is you need to have 4 even players. And if you have 4 even players, they don't need to be good. But 4 even players is where the fun is. I mean, obviously, if you've got 3 even players and 1 really good player who's prepared to just to make up the 4th, that's another story. But it's amazing how fun the sport can be, even when you're not a fabulous player. I mean, I watch it, I'm just marveling at how some total beginners are laughing and screaming and having fun and excited that they're actually hitting the ball. And
well, I mean, that's what I found. I mean, having played very little, I was telling Tom, as in Toby Borden, played with him. He was the last person I set it up with, and he played against, he partnered me and played against Dave Palmer, who's a county player for Devon, who I used to play county tennis with, and then the other guy was another county player who hadn't played much paddle, exactly like me. And the amount of brilliant rallies we had where we all contributed. I mean, Toby and Dave were a lot stronger. Yeah. But as in, we still had rallies where we were getting involved, and it was just, it was so much fun. As I say, we were laughing, smiling, as in, but it was those rallies that you don't really, that you used to get on the tennis court very rarely.
The 40 shots.
Shots
exactly. I mean, I've looked at the statistics. I mean, although men's tennis has considerably slowed down, where the impact of the serve hasn't quite got the same.
I think men's doubles is probably the worst format, though, in terms of it's so bang bang.
And 2.5 shots.
The players stand so close to the net as well, the net players. So I think that's probably the worst format to watch. So when you see it as a doubles, this is exactly what you would describe as wondrous, amazing. But it happens almost every other point you're getting it.
Exactly. I mean, we have had literally, I would say, at least half the shots have been, half the rallies have been more than 10 shots. Yeah.
And they're all totally different.
And they're also every different. And then that's the funny, you have to have a level of humility in paddle, because reality is we screw up so many shots that it's so easy. And then you have the grill and you don't know how it's going to come off.
When was that brought in? to the sport? Because you were telling me at the beginning it
the
wasn't
1990s
there initially.
is
Yeah.
what as I understand it, was when it. Well, they changed the court to have glass backgrounds for more visibility, which obviously helped for the spectator sport. The rules changed a lot. First of all, they had the first World Championships in 1992, and then they did one thing which was very different. It used to be that the server wasn't allowed to come in after the serve. Nice flat. Oops. The easiest shot sometimes. But so you couldn't come in after your serve. And then so you would serve, you'd wait it in, and then of course the returners would
So
chip
was there
and
more
charge.
breaks then back then? Was it?
Well,
was it an
yes.
advantage to
Well,
be
there
a
was the
returner
idea
then?
was it was
Yeah.
not to eliminate the advantage of the serve in every way possible. And then they made it
Talking of
like it is
clever
today.
serve there.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Again, that's another funny thing about paddle is that you go and warm up, you do your shots, hopefully you're learning the length and the wall, but we never practice service.
Yet it's the most important shot.
It's certainly the most common shot you're bound to
Well,
play.
if you can't hit the serve, and you're not going to be doing too well.
That's right. Well,
It's well put away by Suso Padillo. By the way, his name, he is a Spaniard. So he's not a fake
Señor
Spaniard like Sancho.
Suso Padillo.
Yeah.
Padillo.
Yes.
Well, you can see that there's some definite paddle. I was saying as he does his turns, el giro.
Yeah, so Gloucestershire have done pretty well to poach these players, by the way, because they've got Heather Sheridan, who's represented Ireland for most of her life in paddle, and then Suso Padillo, who's Spanish origin but has actually lived in Gloucestershire for 12 years.
There's an equivalent scandal in pro paddle, or at least in the nationals, with the United Arab Emirates that has brought in 4 Spaniards. And they're top 50 players, Spaniards in the world. They have now a UAE passport, which was fast-tracked in. They don't exactly look like they fit the part, but boy, do they play good paddle.
What's the rule there? How long do you have to live somewhere? Because we were saying here, it's only 1 year, by the way. If you live in a county 1 year, you can switch allegiance.
Yeah. I don't know the exact rules. I think obviously these are all written down, but I think it's like 6 months, because they did a fast track in order for them to be able to represent UAE at the World Championships in Doha.
That is a
in November.
wondrous volley from Elvira Campione. Lovely touch.
Yep.
And it means that Surrey lead 2-1 second set. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry, Pete. It's a joy to chat.
But no, as we were saying, so I know we're jumping around quite a lot, but there was a question I wanted to ask you. You were telling me when the side net came in, but you initially were talking about the origins of paddle and your background. Is there a Hollywood sniffing around in terms of, because it is a sort of Hollywood story of it, is in like, it's just someone playing this sport in their backyard, pretty much.
Yeah.
And now here we are. It's a huge sport. It's the fastest growing in the UK. And
60,000 courts around the world, something like that. Well, so there's a couple of funny things about
especially you telling Miss World,
Miss Argentina.
Miss Argentina,
yeah.
which even if you're
Viviana.
Hollywood, doesn't that gives it a little bit of
some extra thing. Well, so there isn't as yet that I know of any film projects about paddle. There is some good stories. I wanted to give you one more story, which is that. So Viviana and Enrique Corcuera built their paddle court, and they invited some friends over. I told you about Hohenlohe, this Marbella club person. But they had 4 other neighbors that built 20 by 10 paddle courts at the same time in Acapulco. And what was funny is that each of them had their own rules, home rules. And so in one you couldn't hit it out, in another it might be that I don't remember. I don't know the rules. I never played in them, but
so
I know that they had different
definition
rules.
of home court advantage.
Exactly, and they would have great fun having tournaments and playing and learning different rules and any adapting. But for the major part, the rules initial rules anyway, were created by Viviana Corcuera, who, as a present for her husband, wrote the first 25 rules.
Oh, quick fire hands.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Fastest hands in Surrey. Sancho Simmons coming out on top there.
All right, so so we have points for evening it up for 2-2 here.
Sheridan, who was broken in the opening set.
That's called a bajada off the back wall. Oops, the easier shots.
It's a good hold though from Gloucestershire. So 2 games apiece
So
set 2.
in terms of Hollywood, Pete, I have this feeling. I mean, I did a film myself on Second World War, and I got this bee in my bonnet. Why not try to do a film about paddle? And the story that I'd like to tell is obviously the beginning of paddle and the history of paddle, but to tell it through one person's eyes. And the man I think really deserves to have the story told of is one of the pros, a guy called Martin Dineno, who's an Argentinian, who was a pro. Then he had a car accident in which his best friend died. He spent 2 years and was condemned as in not ever going to be able to walk again. He's now back in. He's like number 6 in the world.
Wow.
And to have his story, because he's a very humble origin Argentinian, it would be a beautiful Hollywood story.
Yeah.
So any Hollywood people out there,
The only frustration with Hollywood these days for me, I don't think they can make a film to
yeah,
at all right now. But you know, that's by the by.
or anything with-
original.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It has to be, you know, number 6 version or
Yes.
the franchise.
But yet there's so many great stories in it, and with this sport growing so fast, you just think surely the origins, and then to have a personal origin story would be wonderful. Oh no.
And ladies and gentlemen, that happens in paddle, even at the pro level. Roofing balls, sky balls. I mean, it seems so obvious because you got a paddle, it's the end of your hand. What's happened now?
Well, that was actually last time I played, and bear in mind I played a lot more tennis than paddle.
Right.
I was doing that routinely.
Yeah.
And it was always the edge because I'm
Yeah.
so used to having, obviously,
a longer racket.
a longer racket.
Yeah, yeah.
And it
But I
took
mean,
a good
on the
while,
other
so-
side, I mean, the fact is,
It was only on the smashes though. Everywhere else,
right. Well,
I was
it's because
okay.
you're overly confident.
yes.
I mean, the fact. I mean, once.
You know me too well.
Well, I mean, that's a tennis player story. But the funny thing is, it's just a bat at the end of your hand, so it's not that far, as opposed to a tennis racket, which is, you're basically hitting it sometimes 2 meters away from
Yes. Yeah.
you. Oops, just over. These guys are coming. Gloucestershire
Yeah.
seems to be coming back into the game here.
A break point for Gloucestershire.
It's in.
Snuck over.
That's nice. That's in.
Suddenly Gloucestershire back in the point.
That's right. It reset. Take the net.
Oh, it's an extraordinary turnaround. Yeah, Padel pointing to his partner, saying you were the reason we were
That's
able to win that point. And Gloucestershire break. And all of a sudden, it will be Suso Padillo who will serve for the second set at 3-2.
And it's amazing that you see the communication between the partners. When you are winning, it's easy to communicate. The hard part is when you've just had an upset or a disappointment. How do you get back together? How do you regroup without feeling critical, without saying empty promises or let's win or let's
The old cliches.
Indeed.
Yeah. Meanwhile, incidentally, we heard cheers on the second court, so that match is finished. A reminder, by the way, it's the first pairs and the second pairs that face off against one another. If it finishes 1-1, so both counties winning 1, then it means it goes to a championship tiebreaker where they have to select one of each of those pairs into that championship tiebreaker. I can tell you, by the way, Gloucestershire won in the second pair, so it means Surrey has to win this match to take it to a championship match. Championship tiebreaker match. The decider, it would be called. And of course, this is the semi-finals.
nice little drop volley.
County who make it through make the final, which is later on this evening, 6 p.m. local time. Surrey looking to try and get the break back straight away.
In fair play, he immediately says sorry. It's one of the other things about paddle is you very frequently the way to win the point is to actually hit the other person. But in good etiquette is also to say I'm sorry, because obviously it's not fun, especially if it's a painful shot. Love 30. Oh, it's 15 all.
Really good serve. It seems like there's a little more noise for Gloucestershire. Surrey have been so successful in other age groups. I just wonder whether there's a
The underdog syndrome.
Yeah, the underdog syndrome. wonderfully weighted lob. Again, Sheridan so smart where she puts the ball.
That's out.
So a couple of set points here for Gloucestershire.
One of the things I'm working on personally is the lob return. When it comes in, I mean, you really only want to hit a lob when you have a good shot. So because it bounced off the back wall doesn't mean you lob it. What are we left with there?
Well, we thought we obviously have got the score slightly wrong.
I guess so. Now it's advantage. Oh, 40-30.
Imagine it would be 40-30 now.
Here
So this is a set point. Is that long?
Lob
no.
return.
Just snuck in.
That's it.
Well, Simmons showing you how it's done with the lob return there.
Por cuatro, as we say in Spanish, which means by 4, which means you're hitting it out over the 4-meter wall. And the little nuance in the rules is that if you hit it out by 4, that means it's actually out. If you hit it out by 3 over the 3-meter wall, you can still play that back in.
Oh,
that's a wicked
vicious.
serve.
Vicious serve from Suso Padillo. Can he find one more?
Set point.
Set point once again. Oh.
That was out.
Well, it was out.
Yep.
So that is Gloucestershire's set. Brilliant serve from Padillo once again. That's good honesty from Sancho Simmons to say that he hit it into the side wall.
Good display of fair play.
And so it is a championship tiebreaker then. Or is it? No, in fact, his serve.
Oh, the serve was out.
Serve was perhaps out. So
retake
this is
a second serve.
This is a deciding point, we think. Or is it? I think it's a deciding point. A little bit of confusion here.
Indeed.
But I think it is a deciding point. And a big one at that.
Indeed. That's a good lob.
Brilliantly
Touched.
got back.
That's back in. That's it.
What a rally this is. And it goes out.
Oh my gosh.
An incredible point that goes Gloucestershire's way.
Entertaining.
And it's a set apiece. What a way to finish the second set. And again, well, you have to say Suso Padillo, he's been smiling throughout, even when they've been losing the point. He's been playing in such a wonderful spirit. But what a response there from Gloucestershire.
Absolutely brilliant. And you see all the patience of the shots. The other thing you can notice is that as mixed doubles, there's always this challenge of to what extent the stronger player should play. The stronger is more physical stronger. And in this case, you could see that Suso managed to come in, take a few important shots at that time, which was probably why they ended up with the win.
So it's going to be a tiebreaker to settle things. Everyone just catching their breath.
There was a lot of breath to be caught.
So it's a match tiebreaker, incidentally, to 10. And a reminder that Surrey have to win this match tiebreak to have any chance of making it through to the final.
And presumably these pairs, so I don't know, Pete, but I'm assuming these pairs have actually played quite a number of matches to get here.
Well, it depends on their captain. But,
I see. They could change around.
They can switch them around as much as they like, depending on which counties where you feel comfortable.
Depends how deep the bench is.
Exactly. Yeah, you can have a team as big as 8. So they can be certainly switched around. But the counties have won 3 matches each in terms of they've beaten 3 other counties to get here.
Playing fast fours.
Playing fast fours. So stamina could come into it if they've played every single match.
I don't know about you, Pete, but I mean, when it comes to these types of situations, it's really all about in the head. I mean, championship tiebreaks up to 10. It's quite a long journey. Can you keep your head?
Well, it's been a very good start from Surrey, hasn't it? When you consider They would have been feeling a little dejected, especially the manner that they lost that second set.
Yep.
And that deciding point. Oh, just ended up in the wrong place for Sheridan. It's a 3-love lead.
It's always
for Surrey
tricky when the
straight
ball
away.
goes into the corner. Which way is it going to come out? Left-hander, right-hander. If it's from the diagonal or not. Well,
That's another thunderous strike off the return from Padillo. He's certainly got the bit between his teeth.
whenever you're playing the
10
I
minutes or so.
formation, you've always got to worry about that corridor, or paddle formation, as we prefer to call it. Good shot.
So do you have a mindset for match tiebreakers or tiebreakers themselves?
Well, having just lost one this morning, who am I to say? However, I absolutely do. I mean, it's like everything in paddle. It's all about the partnership and keeping your communications going. That looked good.
Well, you've got to feel for Sheridan here. I mean, she's been pinned in that corner a few times already in this match tiebreaker, and it's a very healthy lead for Surrey.
Well, I know
They
she's a
change
competitor, and I'm sure she's going to come back. She's ruminating over it now. But now's the time I would be talking with my partner, observing what's happening, and saying, all right, they're picking on me. What can we do? And that's when you come up with a new plan, or at least together.
What would be your plan if you've lost here?
Well, first of all, we have to hold this point. So it's get the first ball in and hold the point. Then, and keep the net as that goes. Now we got to start talking about next point, which is when they have two serves on their side. Great lob. There we go.
And of course, if we do make the deciding match, by the way, it was really interesting having Ness, who's Surrey's captain here, earlier on, saying that some of these team selections they make with regard to thinking about that deciding championship tiebreaker, who would be the best pair there. So not always selecting the best
Players.
number ones.
Yeah, but the best combination
for your number one.
So showing great patience there. That's another great lob. Great contra Padel.
Oh, yes. Saw where the gap was and found it beautifully.
When you look at the lobs, and we're at a great position to see it, I mean, really, these guys are hitting very classy lobs. I haven't really seen very many poor lobs, neither too deep. They're really systematically landing. That's out. Yeah, well left. Systematically landing in the last 3 meters. It's high quality.
And they've come back into this match tiebreaker.
Right now it's on serve. Top spin serve, sometimes useful for surprise. Short. That's out.
Yeah, just about getting enough on it to get it out. There's the wrist snap.
It's
Having
amazing.
Been 5-1 down, back to 5-all.
Yep, but that shot by itself is a specific paddle shot, and it's not really frequently done. But you have to have that. Well, that was an easy one. But often, I mean, there's another one, which is when the drive comes low over the net. If you're on top of it, you just punch it out. But you have to be able to prepare it and read where the ball's going to be coming. Very fast serve. He has a very fast low serve, flat into the glass.
Oh, as I said earlier on, he's a Spaniard. He's lived in Gloucestershire though for 12 years.
So bona fide Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he's bona fide Gloucestershire. Yeah, I mean, a few more years' time, we'll see Suso, a name in Gloucestershire, popping up everywhere. Well-known Gloucestershire name.
Exactly.
Well, he's just taken over it here, though, hasn't he, Suso Padillo?
And what's lovely is to see them going to the net as two opponents.
Amazing. 6 points in a row for Gloucestershire here.
Yep.
So what would you be saying if you are Ness, courtside to the Surrey team?
With the Surrey team, right? What's been happening? Well, we got up, and then he started taking over. So how do we need to maybe isolate differently Heather? Because obviously I think Suso is basically managing to get the better of the team, the Surrey team. I mean, for Oz, of course, it was his service too.
Yes.
So they'll be serving, so they should just believe that they can win. So keep that mantra going between them. Keep the serve, keep the net, and be patient. I always say there are 3 things that are important in paddle. First is patience. And just because you got an easy ball doesn't mean it's necessarily the first time you go for it. The second is to be present.
A bit of adrenaline system there for
lack of patience, frankly.
Elvira.
And that's the issue, is that you get into these moments and pressure comes on.
And that's been created, hasn't it, by Gloucestershire, because they've been, getting the balls back well and then taking advantage of the attacking opportunities.
Right.
Heads have started to drop perhaps on the Surrey side.
Yep.
8-5 lead, that's 7 points in a row. What a topsy-turvy match tiebreaker this has been. Will it swing in the other direction yet?
It's in. Oh.
Well,
here we
doesn't
go.
look likely.
That's it.
And in fact, that is it.
10-5.
What a turnaround. Well, they dropped the opening set 4-2.
Yeah.
But from there, they were simply sublime, Suso Padillo and Heather Sheridan. And they were in trouble early on in the match tiebreaker. But what a sensational way to finish. They were flawless. And it's Gloucestershire who will make the final, not to be for Surrey. My thanks to Minter. Thank you very much. It's been a joy. I'm sure we may well have you back as well.
I would love that. I had great fun. It was fun for me to be behind the mic. I was talking with Sandy Farquharson just yesterday about his commenting at Red Bull, and how, fortunately I wasn't giving any advice or just stuff, because I now have a chance to put it into practice.
But you have your own podcast, so you can tell everyone. Well,
for those who you enjoy, I enjoy paddle. I focus on the players typically, and I look at a lot of pro players, everyone who speaks English. How do they get into paddle? Why do they do it? And what joy does it bring to them? So it's called The Joy of Paddle, and I have it every other week so far. I just had Ksenia Sharifova, the Russian non-flagged player, number 23 in the world. And one of the things she talks about is the choice of partners. How do you choose? As you were saying before, Pete, how there have been a lot of changes in the pro world. How does that go on? I mean, because it can sound like a betrayal.
Yeah. When
your partner you've been playing with for 5 months in the news finds out is playing with somebody else. Is that the way it happens? What should you do? And she was very open, and I think it was really interesting to hear the psychology that goes into it. Basically, if you're number 23, you can't get number 1 to join you as a partner, even though you might be really good. So you're limited by your ranking to who you have access. You play left, you play right, and all that. Anyway, so I have such fun. Joy of Paddle. It's on my 3rd season, and I've got an interview coming up in Spanish with the subtitles with Viviana Corcuera herself, which will be coming up in about a month's time, to talk about how she and her husband Enrique actually founded paddle back in 1969. Anyway, The Joy of Paddle, if you like it, it's on every type of podcast service out there. I've been podcasting for 15 years, so God hopes I
And most of it is in English, right? Is it
all English.
All in English.
Yeah, Joy of Paddle is all in English, sometimes with some funky accents.
Yeah. Because
a lot of the pro players, most of them are either Spanish or Argentinian, and not all of them speak tremendous English. But I've got everyone that speaks good English. Patti Leguno, Mike Yanguas. So every good pro that speaks English has been on my show.
So check it out, everyone. That's what I would say. But hopefully you may well be back with us as well. We've got a mixed doubles final to come, as I say, 6 p.m. That is coming up. We've also got Wiltshire against Nottinghamshire, I think, next up on this court. But yeah, it's the mixed doubles final. Make sure you don't miss that. If you do need to have a break, that's at 6 p.m. But join us for that if you can. Well, welcome back. Quick turnaround. Of course, I said the mixed doubles final will be on at 6 p.m. It might be a little bit later than that because, as you can see, we've got another match on centre court, and it involves Wiltshire, who are taking on Nottinghamshire. And this is in the women's doubles. A reminder, of course, it'll be the women's and the men's tomorrow. That will be the conclusion tomorrow. So these are group stage matches. And, just to run you through who we have right now on the Wiltshire team. Currently serving is Sylvie Daria Malou, and she's partnering Mandy Stonier. There's only one paddle club in Wiltshire. And Sylvie, who is French, has played for 3 years, is top 150 in the Open. So is a very handy paddle player, taking on Kate Beaumont, I should say, who is just returned that shot there, and it's partnering Dariella Gould. They are at Nottingham Paddle Centre, and they well, have also played in Mansfield as well for 3 years. And again, I'm joined by Tom Fallis. How are you doing, Tom?
Yeah.
Enjoying the day so far? It's been a couple of matches since I last spoke to you, but what a mixed doubles semi-final that was.
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, the standard of both those last matches, I was very, very impressed by. Really long rallies and really smart paddle playing as well from a lot of the players, which was, yeah, great to see. And happy to be back for this one.
And a great atmosphere here again, as well, as we were saying. It was packed out watching the semis on this court. As I say, this one isn't a semi-final.
Nice volley there into the corner. And very interesting to hear everything that your last guest had to say.
Yeah. Again, a privilege. I know I got asked earlier on who I've commentated with and who's my favourite bean, but as I chatted to Minter for a long time about many a different topic, I feel not only just paddle. I think
absolutely.
He just seemed like a wealth of
one
information.
Of those voices, isn't he?
Yeah, one of those
you
voices.
Listen to for hours.
Have you've checked out his podcast?
Yes, I've listened to a couple of episodes when I was doing my coaching qualification. I was trying to really embody everything paddle, so you know, get all the podcasts on and try and get as much information as I could.
Yeah, I listened to it as well, as in I was going to do a bit more paddle commentary, and again, for exactly that reason. He seemed to be the place to go, wealth of knowledge for all things paddle.
Yeah, and there seems to be, you know, makes sense the more the sport's growing, but a lot more different parts of media and the world sort of introducing paddle in new ways, which is very exciting. Exciting time for paddle everywhere.
Incidentally, just to update you on the importance of this matchup, it is a Group 2 encounter. I can tell you that Wiltshire won their first match against Warwickshire 2-1. I think this is Nottinghamshire's first match. They might have faced Channel Islands. If that was the case, I haven't got the results for it, but Wiltshire looking for 2 wins from 2, which would put them in a very strong position in Group 2. Winner of every group makes it through to the semi-finals.
I have been told by some friends that are dotted about that Channel Islands have quite a strong team this year, so might be an interesting group this one.
Might be a good reason that score isn't put down in front of me from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Beautiful connection with that shot.
Great hands there from Kate. Yeah, brilliant hands.
And there's the wrist snap, just moving backward from Sylvie. seeing plenty of different nationalities, even though it's the county champs. Sylvie, who spent a fair amount of time in France. We had, of course, Sheridan, who represented Ireland. We've seen a couple of Spaniards.
Yeah, I was at the UK Padel Four Nations a couple of weeks ago in Leeds, and Sheridan was there playing for Ireland, so she's able to play from multiple places, which is it's a lovely thing about padel.
And you mentioned playing in Leeds, as in Yorkshire seems a very strong padel county.
Yeah.
How many padel courts do they have in Yorkshire, in Leeds in particular?
Yorkshire have a very strong team. There's quite a few courts dotted around the Yorkshire area. Leeds have had a fairly new club open up in Seacroft, which is sort of West Leeds. 12 indoor courts, huge venue, really great. It's got so many new people into it. I was saying my main work is a sort of ITV and TV, and a lot of the Emmerdale cast have now all massively got into padel, and they're trying to set up a Emmerdale Coronation Street padel tournament that they want to stream.
I do a lot of work in Leeds and in London, and actually a friend of mine works at Sky Sports News. I work at Sky Sports every now and then, but he says that the whole office, all the presenters, all the talent, which I hate that word, very American, as if no one else is talented. Yeah. But yeah, the on-screen talent, shall we say, they all play padel. Yeah. They all play padel, and it's fiercely competitive between them all, and it's all very much everyone getting involved.
We even watch any F1 fans out there, but a recent series of Drive to Survive, and they're all playing it as well. Yeah. It really is just popping up everywhere. But back to the courts, yeah, there's 12 courts in that centre, Slazenger Centre in Leeds. There's another centre that's here, Surge, which is down the road where some of the matches are taking place today in Bristol. There's one in Harrogate in Yorkshire, and a few other really nice places, one in Wetherby, a couple of others in Harrogate.
There's no excuse
there's really loads
if you're
of courts
in Yorkshire.
No, not at all. And that's the thing, right? I mean, we're getting a lot more now, but Spain have more paddle courts than tennis courts, and that's why they're years ahead and than we are.
Now, when I commentate for the WTA, the base actually is in Leeds, and I commentate with a woman called Sophie Amiak, who's a former Australian Open quarter-finalist, French, well, they lived in America, but she's because she lives in America, massive pickleball fan, and whenever we go to Leeds, she finds a court to play pickleball on all the time, and just does that. So where's that, and is that, have I said a P word?
Yeah,
that's the nasty, that's the rivalry.
I don't know what you just said, and I don't want to. No, I'm sure there's plenty of places. I played a bit of it actually when I was down south at our David Lloyd club. They had some pickleball going on, and I can thoroughly see why people love it, and I can see why it's so huge in the States. But
it's an endless debate whenever she mentions it, because being British, paddle's far bigger. Yeah. Everyone always goes, "Why are you not playing paddle? Why?" And she's quite a strong character, so she's quite happy to back. But yeah, obviously there are places to play pickleball as well as paddle in
absolutely. And whatever brings anyone joy is lovely to do. But a good friend of mine said, "Pickleball's a game, paddle's a sport." So that's not me saying that, but I'll leave that with whoever wants to.
I love pass the buck. That's fine. Yeah, throw someone else down the river. Always the way. Right. Well, as you can see, Wiltshire 3-1 up. They've just broken again here. But as I also mentioned, there's just one paddle club in Wiltshire, so I'm sure UK Paddle will be, no doubt, very keen to expand that as an opportunity. But great that they have a team here, Wiltshire. We were mentioning this last time I was here. Different counties just trying to get a team together to get here, have the fun. But so far, so good here.
Yeah, Wiltshire playing very well. Again, similar to the first match we were watching, they just seem to be that sort of more aggressive pair, straight into the net, and able to kind of control the point from there, really.
Missed that one though. She's got too much of it. Oh no. And again,
I'd like to say I've never done that before, but that would be lying.
That's a nice response, though, isn't it, from Sylvie, just to say, hey, look, I still believe in you.
Yeah.
Making sure that, oh, well, actually, that was good honesty from Sylvie. She actually said she felt she'd missed that serve. So it's going to be a second serve here. And it was a very good
great
second
serve.
serve. This time, well, we saw him miss a couple of smashes in this game. That one was a little tougher, but beautifully guided in between the Nottinghamshire pair. A reminder, by the way, because it's women's and men's full sets. It's just the mix that is up to 4. Sylvie missing that volley. So Nottinghamshire just hanging on, really, in this opening set.
They have a chance here, yeah, to get back into it. Lob right in the corner.
Oh, what a shame. And there are different scoring systems and formats, by the way, as in the mixed and in the women's. In the women's and in the men's, it's golden point at deuce. So as you saw there, that was just the one deciding point, and it went Wiltshire's way. The earlier one went Nottinghamshire's way. So as far as golden points go, it's 1-1. But as far as the more important scoreboard goes, it's Wiltshire that leads 4 games to 1 first set.
And as we were saying before, and with some of your other guests, that golden point really can be a killer, and if you're on the bad side of it, it can definitely affect your head. Well, I know it can mine anyway.
Again, there's that shot down the middle by Sylvie. Very effective.
That down the middle shot can be so effective in this sport. You know, it's high percentage shot and really doesn't give your opponent much angle to do much else with. When it's low and in the middle, all they can really do is chuck it back up or try and get it low to your feet, but it's a very difficult shot.
Right in the right area.
Lovely overhead.
So what in that scenario there, Tom? Tell me what you should do as a player if you are receiving that type of a ball.
It's a very tricky one, and I think one of your guests before we were talking about being in no man's land, and obviously that is a big part of the game, but the no man's land kind of depends on your standard. There are 2 main places throughout a point you want to be. If you're at the back, you kind of want to be between the break of the 2 panels of the glass, so where the Nottinghamshire player's serving from right now. And if you're at the net, you kind of want to be just in front of the second post. So they're your kind of 2 aiming spots. But obviously those transition periods are so important, and they kind of depend on your standard. I mean, I've played with top-level Spanish coaches who actively try to get to this no man's land area just in front of the service line, because from there they can put a lob up, move in, see what their opponent's going to do, and be able to move around for it, because they've got good enough hands and good enough mobility. But you know, if you're starting out and even good advanced players, you don't want to end up there because it's just so easy to pass. So it really all depends on your standard.
Well, at the moment, it's Wiltshire who are just purring away.
Oh, that's a nice volley.
Yeah, very nice shot. A little bit of backspin on the ball as well that helped kill that one away for Kate. Just went long. That's good. Good play though from Notts. They were able to get on the front foot there.
It's well played. It's nice to see them being a bit more aggressive and trying to come into the net a little bit more. It's making a difference.
So just confirming it is 30 all. And here is a set point for Wiltshire.
Lob.
Oh, it's good communication. Could have been a collision there, but either way, Wiltshire get it done.
Very
and there
well
is the
played.
first set. Excellent set of tennis. As far as Sylvie and Mandy are concerned, they take the opener 6-1.
Yeah, scoreline's pretty one-sided, but still a few games there that could have gone either way, so Nottinghamshire should keep their heads up, try again in the next set.
And of course, a reminder, we do have the mixed doubles. Should I call it mixed? It feels like it should just be mixed. I keep adding the doubles, whereas really it's paddle. So we've got the mixed final coming up later on.
That's a good point. I've never thought of that, but yeah. It's the tennis background, isn't it?
It's the tennis background again, that T word. A few more pounds in the cup.
You did pretty well last one, though. I don't think you
Kept it
mentioned
down,
at all.
yeah. I'm not losing my fee off straight away. But yeah, that's at 6 p.m. And then tomorrow, of course, things get underway very early on, by the way, tomorrow at 8 a.m. If you're near, come along. As we say, there's food provided. Here you can grab, I think there is paella you can buy. You can also grab paninis and whatnot. As well as beers and soft drinks as well. Be a great atmosphere, and it'll be a great atmosphere this evening as well. I'm sure I think a few people will hang around for a beer or two. So if you are nearby, why not pop along? And even if you're not nearby, you could make sure you travel down to another one of these events, these UK paddle events, of course, all these county championships. There's different age ranges. And it's great to be a part of it. Incidentally, tomorrow the men's semis and final will be 5 p.m. and then a 6 p.m. final. And the women's semi-final at 4 p.m. and I'm sure they'll squeeze in the final before the men's event as well. Meanwhile here, Nottinghamshire, can they do much here to turn this around? What would you do if you're in their position, Tom?
Yeah, as I was saying, I think they need to be more aggressive. You know, when they've been winning points when they've been coming into the net. It's always a fine balance, isn't it, of trying to be aggressive but not be over-aggressive and then make errors. But at this stage, 6-1 down, Wiltshire dominating a lot of the points. I think they need to switch it up a bit. It's interesting hearing Minter talk about the serve as well, because I think quite often from tennis, when people come to paddle, they think maybe the serve isn't as important. Underarm, you know, more just gets the point started, but actually I think it's more important than people think, and it really does. A good first serve really does give you that advantage to set the point up just how you want it.
Well, when I have played, it's been the one thing that's felt very alien, because years of playing tennis, so used to just, I coached tennis as well, so you would feed it in. But I did feel, surely you can perfect this. Surely in a standing position, you should be able to hit a pretty similar spot time and time again with a bit of side spin. But as we saw Padel on court in the mixed semis, his flat, low serve, they really struggled to deal with. So is it something that isn't practiced as much as it should be?
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's practiced, you know, compared to tennis, where you go and hit baskets and baskets of serves. Whereas, yeah, paddle, there's a lot of other shots that you'd sort of prioritise. And I think also because when you watch the pros and the top level, no one is really missing a return of serve. You know, most serves should be retrievable by most players, but it's how that serve is, it's how that return goes in is the difference. So they're not going to be missing them, they're not going to be hitting aces, but they may give them an easy ball for that third shot to then be finished or to set up exactly how they want.
In terms of percentage of placement on the serve, how often, I mean, it looks like the corner next to the wall is the place to go.
Yeah, the side off the side.
How often do you hit the corner? How often are you aiming for the corner, and how often do you go tee?
Honestly, it depends on your opponents. Some opponents, let's say they have a much weaker backhand, and you were serving to them on the right side, you may end up realising that actually I'm going to go down the tee every time because their backhand is just either going into the net or it's giving me a really easy volley. I'd say 70% of the time you tend to go glass, just because it does make it that little bit harder. But as soon as you get used to it, you know, it's all about variation as well. It's, you know, similar to tennis, but you want to be unpredictable. So keeping it varied is.
It's a couple of times in a row. Talking of that we have seen Mandy go down the tee to Kate. Almost whatever Wiltshire are doing right now is working. It's a good pick up from Mandy there on the stretch. And a very nice lob. Nottingham looking to try and turn this rally around. It's one of the best rallies of the match, but it still goes Wiltshire's way as they secure a 2-love lead second set. Oh, brilliantly done. Well, the Wiltshire pair were here, there, everywhere, and it was coolness personified from Sylvie to finish it all off.
Definitely the rally of the match, that one. I'm not sure how much people can hear watching on the stream, but what you can hear with the Wiltshire team is the communication's just so good. And that, for me, was a big learning curve switching to paddle, because players are speaking consistently. I mean, you watch the pros, and they're sometimes telling exactly where to hit that next ball and where to be, and there's a lot of noise on court, which I think coming from tennis, you're kind of...
Yeah, and also I found it interesting because they were telling their partner where their opponents were as they're going back for the lob, which, again, in tennis you don't really have that. Obviously, as a player going back for a lob, you usually see, all you'll tend to get is a switch or a stay. But yeah, I find that really interesting in terms of you need because the amount of times you do have your back to the court in paddle, or you're pirouetting. That's what I find so impressive by the players we're watching today, in terms of how often they're pirouetting quickly, and yet they get their bearings right and they know where to put the ball. Those three things all wrapped up in a sort of split second. And so I suppose if you've got a good partner, that really helps you out to tell you where your bearings are anyway and where your opponents are.
Oh, absolutely. And it's something the Spanish players do a lot more. Whenever you see them playing, they will always be a lot more vocal than people just starting out.
Oh, well, nearly crept over, but it was just too hot to handle.
That's a nice Bahada there.
It's 15-40. I think that's what they've said to each other. It sounded like they're saying 15-30, but then they wouldn't be serving from the juice court side. And yeah, they do. Maybe they don't have the right score. They do have a different score.
I love 13, they must have been saying.
What was the score?
I think they were saying love 13, now they're saying love 40.
Okay. So there we go, 3 break points, and Wiltshire at the net once again. And just a nice solid volley from Sylvie. Means it's another breaker serve, and it's a 3-love lead.
It's looking like a big upwards battle now from Nottinghamshire. But again, you know, it's never over.
Tom, if you are watching this, I know most people watching this will be involved in paddle anyway, but is there a website you want to go to? Let's say if you're staying away in a different county in the country, where do you go?
Yes, so I think this is where one of the reasons why paddle's taken off massively in this country. There's a worldwide app called Playtomic that most clubs I know will use. There's a few that use others, but yeah, Playtomic is the name of the app, and you can sign up to that. Anyone can sign up. It's free to sign up to. It kind of asks you your level, your experience, if you've played before. It doesn't matter if you've never played before, and it will give you a rough rating. You can then use that app to find any nearby clubs wherever you are, and you can either book a court with friends, or you can play open matches. And I think that's where paddle's just taken off, because you can rock up to a new place, not know anyone, join an open match with other people of a similar level to you, and have a great game. And then from there you build more communities, you start knowing people that play in the area a bit more, and it's something I've never really seen in any other sport I've played, is that community and ease of ability to just pick up and go.
Yeah, I have to say I've used that app.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. Good way of paying as well, in terms of just splitting the fees for the court and all of that.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of controversy over Playtomic ratings.
Yeah, I'm sure.
In the country, but you know, I think they do a pretty good job overall.
But I think overall, again, most people are pretty happy if you've got 4 players to play of a similar standard.
Well, exactly.
Then you're going to have a good time on the paddle court, as Minter was saying earlier, in terms of, what was it? I think it's number 1. Was it number 1 rule was fun? I think it was. But then most of the other rules seem to be around ensuring that you did have fun.
Yeah.
And that you were sporting.
And it's so important. I mean, I'm definitely my own worst enemy when it comes to playing even friendly matches.
Well, are you super competitive then? Is it
very competitive?
Really?
It's sometimes not a pretty sight. I mean, it's got better over the years, but I think I don't know if you're similar, but like when you compete as a kid, and then you're out of it for so long, and suddenly you get back to a standard where you feel like you're playing all right. It's just that inner child that comes out.
Well, that was the thing again. Growing up playing tennis, as in some of the behaviour. Look, I wasn't always great with my behaviour, but I know my dad he's a rugby fan, so he was always very firm on the etiquette and not throwing your racket or swearing, one of those things. But I had my moments, there's no doubt about that. But in paddle, I like the fact that also seems even taken slightly further in terms of it's so important to be sporting to one another. But I get exactly what you're saying, because when I have played sport, tennis or paddle, I'm so much slower now than what I was. So therefore the frustration is there even more, as in
your body can't do what it used to do.
Yeah, and you see the shots, you see what you should be doing, and very quickly realise you can't do what you used to be able to do.
But yeah, I think paddle as a whole has so much respect. Players are always incredibly fair, and I do hope that that's something that continues. The more popular paddle gets, and the more youth development there is, which I'm hoping there will be, and seems like slowly is starting to happen. But I hope that initial atmosphere of paddle and the respect and enjoyment sort of carries through, because it is just such a fun sport.
I think if it becomes, I mean, I think it already is a part of the sport, isn't it? As Minter was saying, in terms of the top level pros playing for a lot of money, they're showing it, how they hug each other, how they act. in defeat more so than how they act in victory.
Yeah.
And hopefully that influences all the juniors getting into this sport.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Finally they get it away. It was great defence from Sylvie, but it was too strong in the end from Kate. Nice to see, just as we were talking about the spirit as well. I mean, being outplayed Nottinghamshire, but it's the first point they've won in a while, but both smiling away, Kate and Daniela.
Yeah, I mean, when you're part of those long rallies where, you know, everyone's hitting great shots and it's going on forever, yes, it can be painful losing that point, but it's still just so fun, and everyone's just happy to be part of that. It really is quite wonderful.
And again, it's been played in a lovely spirit, this one. Even though it's been slightly one-sided, as you say, there's been some great rallies. We've seen some terrific shots, both from Kate and Daniela as well. Yeah, look at that. Having fun, geeing each other up. They still believe they can turn this around.
As long as there's a smile on your face, that's the main thing.
Just wonder as well, isn't it, the difficulty of... I think there's such a great atmosphere off the court. I think you might want a cheeky beer in between your matches. Oh, and speaking of which...
Well, I'd never advocate for one pre-match, but you know, sometimes it can loosen the nerves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the loosener, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We were talking about back in the day and whatnot. As in certainly cricket, and I think was famed for sort of beer at lunch and whatnot, and on the continent as well. Because wine with lunch is fairly the norm.
Well, it's the Spanish way, isn't it? A caña, caña in hand and a paddle playing in the sun.
It's a good return, isn't it? Again, causing confusion down the middle. So a chance to avoid the bagel here for Nottinghamshire.
This is the other thing. It's so easy to lose focus. You know, you're so switched on in a paddle match, and even if you feel like you're cruising, you still have to just maintain that focus until the end, because you can suddenly switch. Oh, but that was great hands.
Again, we are perfectly angled for that, aren't we? It's a great get. Unbelievable. You have 2 bites of the cherry, and I'm afraid it's just gone long. And it's game, set, and match to Wiltshire. 1 on a golden point. Super performance. Or is it?
There seems to be a bit of confusion.
No. Yeah, I thought it was 30-40, and that point was to get to choose. You haven't lost yet.
It's easily done.
Oh, so there we go. I think it actually might be match over. So, but again, you've got to love the honesty, because it was actually Nottinghamshire saying, well, we've lost the match, and Wiltshire was saying, no, you haven't.
Yeah.
And there you go, we get there. But that shows you, just as we were talking all about the sport and being sporting within this sport and the respect that the players have for one another, playing it, lovely way to finish.
Yeah.
And it's Wiltshire who win 6-1, 6-love, and they are sat in a very good position in their group. That's likely to be 2 match wins from 2, because I think they've won the other match in this group as well. So it might be between them and the Channel Islands, who make it through to the semi-finals tomorrow in the women's group. But an excellent performance from Wiltshire. Thank you to Tom, and we will be back with you, no doubt, I think in fairly quick circumstances, for the mixed final. Well, I always try and keep my promises, but I'm afraid we didn't quite get underway at 6 p.m. local time. So this final of the mixed coming to you about an hour late. But they do say good things come to those who wait. And of course, once again, another good thing next to me is Minte. How are you doing? Back once again.
Better for having had a lovely bun and whatever, I think it was some soul bun it was called, and a nice little beer. So I'm ready for some good action on the paddle court.
Yes, brilliant. Free burger.
Yeah.
I mean, it peps you up, but we don't really need pepping up for what should be a cracking mixed final. And it is Channel Islands who won the other semi-final. They won it in the championship tiebreak. It was thrilling stuff. They were able to defeat Yorkshire. So it is going to be Gloucestershire, who we saw a few moments ago.
Absolutely.
With Suso Padillo and Heather Sheridan.
Who are back in action.
Yeah, they are back in action as the ones, and they are taking on Ian Furness and Emma Devonport. So there is a Devon in the final. I want to remind everyone that.
Fortunately.
But
can't miss Devon.
Yeah, so what's going to decide this? What's going to be the key to this?
Well, I was just looking
encounter?
at the warming up, and it's always interesting to watch the warm up. How much do you want to give away? What style do you have? And how well do they do walls? These are types of things you should be looking at when you're starting, when you're playing with a partner, if you want to have a competitive match. And the other thing was nice. There's a nice serve by Soso, but it is the relationship between the partners and seeing how they're starting to communicate. And I saw a nice thing happen with the Channel Islands. They did a little embrace before getting going, which is always a nice way to begin. Feel like, I mean, many of the people I've had on my podcast talk about it's actually like a relationship, choosing your partner. And there's many things that's truthful about that, because it's a very committed, emotional thing where you have to both accept the ability to make mistakes.
Well, the other interesting thing about this final is, as I mentioned, it was a dramatic win for Channel Islands just a few moments ago. So they've not had as much time to digest that win. It's been quite a quick turnaround for them.
Yeah, and at our ages here, that makes a difference. Oops. There's the nerves as we start the finals. There's always going to be a little bit of that and getting into motion.
And as you might be able to see in the background as well, as Padillo swats that one away. Good start despite the double fault in the game. Gloucestershire take the opening game. But on the other court, you might see it's the number twos, Channel Islands against Gloucestershire. And a reminder, if it is a win for each county, it will go to a championship tie-break with one of each of the pairs being represented in that deciding match. Also, a little bit of a change for the mixed in the final. We've been used to it being up to 4 games for the sets. It's full sets, though, for the final. Still silver juices. Silver point juices, that is. And it will be
pick up of a loose return.
And it will be a match tiebreaker if it is split sets.
Oh,
wow.
Nice get.
What a get that is.
Nice little flick over it becomes a little fake Chiquita. You know, the Chiquita shot.
I do indeed.
Such an
That was more wizardry, though, wasn't it?
That was wizardry,
yeah.
But it ended up being like a Chiquita because it bounced at his feet. That was out. I'm not sure if we're supposed to call the ball in and out. We are well positioned.
We are right down that line.
Yep.
You more so than me, so I want you sharpen on it.
All right, keep my eye out.
You can see exactly what Sheridan was trying to do there.
You know, loose balls. What to do with loose balls? It's such a thing in paddle because you can get very excited as soon as you see any loose ball. But it's very important, I think, to keep this idea of patience, because you need to build up the sequence that gives you the truly easy ball. A friend of mine did a lot of data work with the pro players. His name is Vianney, and the Paddle Intelligence was his site. And he registered several million pro points. And one of the things was that 70% of pro shots are basically just get it back, where you're not really worried about how hard you hit it. You have a safety margin, so it's easy to make sure it goes in. But then there's a 30% where you're trying to do something else. But then again, it's not about killing the ball in those 30%. It's trying to build up. There we go. Nice bajada from the Channel Islands. But trying to figure out when to hit harder, go for it on that 30% of shots. Choice selection is so important.
See, that's fascinating as well, though, in terms of just getting it back, is in probably great for anyone coming to the sport or relatively new in the sport, not trying to overplay too often.
Absolutely. You need to find the time. And then there's like that bajada. You can see he's clearly he knows how to take that bajada off the back wall. There's the bajada, of course, being a shot which, let's say, comes off a lob, bounces off the back wall, and is above your shoulder. And then a bajada is when you take it down, which what bajada means in Spanish. You drive it over the net.
Already we're seeing the tactics.
Good lobs.
Yeah, another great lob. Channel Islands take charge of the net, but it doesn't matter in the end. Padel once again coming up with the goods.
That little dink over the side. You have to be fully present with the ball when you do that. You also need to know where the opposition are, which is another key part of paddle, is the common communication. And so often I call mine and yours. That's not the most important part of paddle communication. That's level one.
Well, I was talking to Tom about this, and we were having that conversation between the difference between tennis and paddle with the communication, as in Tom himself was saying that he was so surprised with just how much communication there is. And when you watch the pros, they're telling you where the opponent is, where they're based, where they should hit it. That's a lot of information to take in as you're running back.
That's exactly right. And it takes getting used to, because I mean, some people say, "Oh, you're putting me off," but I mean, it's so important. Level one is mine, yours. That's out.
Yeah,
and that's fine, except it's just the preliminary portion of communication. Second level is when you are constantly talking about where the opposition is. So that's specific to when you have to take your eye off them to focus on the ball, for example, on a lob, or you're rushing back to take a ball off the back wall. What your partner needs to be doing, instead of looking at you and seeing how you're going to screw it up or what are you doing, you need to keep your eyes peeled on the opposition.
Incidentally, this is a deciding point.
Oh.
What's happened there? Has he hit that into the side straight away? I think he has. So it's a very good hold from Sheridan. And Gloucestershire take the lead 2-1. Carry on,
go.
Minton.
No, but it's all good. And so in terms of communication, there you have to talk about if your position are up, which at the net, in which case what that means is, in terms of message, is that basically the space is behind them. But very often you'll also still want to go at them. And then if they're back and you're hitting a lob, the only thing you really want to do at that point is get the net back. Most people think about that as an opportunity to smack it hard because they're back. Well, that's wrong. So it's now, what are we doing here?
So on serve so far. Good hold by Sheridan, and now we've got Devonport serving for the Channel Islands. Oh, he hasn't missed too many of those, Padillo. Did he just get too much of that? So you might be able to answer something that I asked Tom in the previous match on this court. Percentage of places where the serve go. How often does it go to the corner? How often does it go to the tee?
And occasionally at the body. So I was talking to Sandy Farquharson about this in the pros. It absolutely depends on who's serving and who you're playing against. I mean, it becomes a strategic method. One of the I guess the general advice I give is when you are serving in the I formation, in other words, in the paddle formation, is go down the tee, because you leave yourself too exposed if you go wide, because you have to rush up and cover the I or the corridor while your partner covers the middle. Otherwise, I typically say just go for the glass. Try to push it into the glass. 90%, as I've said before, of your first service should be in. And the go-to is landing that last square meter between the service line and the post, so it goes into the glass.
But in the data collection, did they study the serve? Yeah, the pros.
Well, Viennese paddle intelligence doesn't study the specific direction of the serve, but what Sandy did with Red Bull is that they looked at the direction of the serves. And I remember one match with the women's, and something like 85% of the serves were down the middle to one side.
Wow.
Whereas there was 80% to the glass to the other side.
Right, so they were targeting
absolutely the backhand.
Specific
it was
shot.
a right-handed player on the right, targeting her backhand, and backhand on the other side as well.
Interesting. It's interesting as well from Padel. He's already hit a double fault, so playing that second serve very safe. As we know, he usually plays a flat, hard first serve. 2 games apiece here. It was a good hold, incidentally, by Devonport a few moments ago.
Good pick up.
Lovely feel. We know about the power of Padillo, but showing he has the touch as well.
That's right. It's one of the crazy parts of paddle, of course, are those balls that come off the side netting, and having that ability. I almost like to equate it with rugby, where the ball's bouncing, and how do you know it's going to pop up for you? Well, that's just years of experience of looking at balls. Similarly, when you're trying to keep a ball that's headed to the side netting, you just need to keep your wits about you, a little bit of hope that it does bounce up, because even the pros will miss outright a ball that hits into the side netting. But there's sometimes where, based on the spin, how it's going to pop up. In any event, you have to keep yourself that hope that it will, leave yourself a position that allows you to do that. Lovely volley by Padillo into the corner. Tricky thing is when in the corner, is it hitting the corner? Is it going to bounce side net, side wall, back wall first? And each time it means completely different positioning.
And is that just experience in terms of knowing that the trajectory of the ball, as to knowing your bearings, so therefore knowing what wall it's going to hit first?
Well, there are 2 things. One is the speed and trajectory of the ball, and the second is where are you. So what I like to recommend is that the ready position in the back for any player should be basically, if you had a coordinate, 2 meters by 2 meters. That spot, which means you're further over on the side, and basically when someone's on the diagonal hitting at you, you want to have your left foot, if you're on the left side, in the diagonal into the corner, so that you can then read. If a ball's hit at your left foot, it's going to move towards the side angle first, side wall. Or if it's going to go in between your legs or to your right, it's going to hit the back wall first. And that allows you to immediately...
You're ready for all options.
Yeah, of course you have to then actually shift. That's not always that easy. Nice return, Padillo. Great keep. We've now gone.
Oh, it's electric paddle. Brilliant rally all round. Great defence early on in it from Padillo and Sheridan.
I mean, they seem like they were being dominated, but then all of a sudden the opportunity comes and they come back on the offensive.
Vicious serve right into the corner, into the glass. So great to have so many fans behind watching. Those that have been in today's event, all staying for this mixed final. Of course, you can hear bits of cheering going on because there's the other match occurring as well on court 2.
Does seem like a good level over there as well. Out of the corner of my eye. Oops.
Oh, that's a
bruiser in the back.
Yeah.
And a nice friendly
tattoo,
high
you might
five.
say.
Yep.
Yeah, well aware. That's all part and parcel of the sport. Incidentally, Padel, it's the first time he's played mixed ever.
Yep. I was talking to him at the break.
Taken to it like a duck to water.
Indeed,
seemingly.
he has.
Not a bad partner though either.
You, I should say. But it's a tricky thing in mixed doubles is to find the right partner. I mean, the idea of playing with your spouse is usually unadvised.
Is this speaking from experience?
No. But I mean, yes, but not my personal experience. Great. Contra Padel. Good lob. Oh,
The
that's
precision on show in this final is just something else right now.
lovely shots. There are 3 things you're trying to do when you hit a shot. One of them is to have pace, speed. The second is spin. And the third is depth. And it's a much more complex thing to figure out to do all the time. You have so many varieties of shots, circumstances. Good use of a little bit more of a top spin volley there, because she knew if she didn't take it earlier, it meant that it would just pop off the back wall and go way past her.
Well, still on serve. Gloucestershire leading 4-3. A reminder, the reason it didn't go to a tiebreaker, all these teams have been playing the quicker format, first to 4 games. That's throughout the group stages and the semi-finals, but this being the final, it's full sets.
It's interesting, you know, communication-wise, whether we're playing the real rules or not, but in between points you have 20 seconds. So how do you manage those 20 seconds? Do you exchange? Do you tap in with your partner? Make any observations? And then between games, when every double game when you change, you have 90 seconds. And how do you deal with a blatant error? Like Heather just hit that shot. She certainly didn't mean to do that, want that. And how does a team manage the mistake and let it dissipate? Great coverage, court coverage.
Well, that's the experience, right? As far as Heather Sheridan is concerned, we mentioned the error she made and then absolutely rock solid in the next point.
Yep, put it behind you, move on. What we saw in that lob error was that sometimes the lob needs to be just more accompanied with the legs, as opposed to some popping it off your racket. You want to accompany the ball low to high and make sure you get height, because height's more important than distance. Great volley, speaking of distance.
Yeah, excellent length.
The advice there is aim for the feet whenever you can. Serve return, nice cutoff. Good lob. Patience. Good patience again.
Oh, right into the corner.
Great pickup.
Oh, it's such a big rally, 30 all 4-3.
Great play.
But terrific defence from the Channel Islands. They hung in there, kept asking the question, and eventually they got the answer they wanted.
What you could see was that they were reading the ball off the back wall very well, both of them. Even when the ball was hit hard, they stuck with it. They knew they was coming off the back wall. They got prepared.
Oh, yeah, it's a little bit of confusion here. Thought it was 30-40, it is. Sorry, I should say 40-30. Still yet to see a break. That's a very good return, although there's an apology. Why was the apology there? Was it
clip the net?
Clip the net, okay.
Puts you off.
So a reminder, it is silver points. Oh no. How costly could that miss be? Break point for Gloucestershire. Reminder, we're still yet to see a break. Will this be the moment? Just missing with the serve. It's a bit of pressure on this second serve now for the Channel Islands and Devonport.
Good lob. It's out.
It's long. Great defence in the end from Devonport. So it's now deciding point.
The silver point, so it's the second deuce.
Yeah, which is, this is it. Yeah,
This
is
is
that
it.
what you call it? It's called the silver point,
point,
is
yeah,
it? Okay.
yeah. Golden point is the first deuce. Again, now the second serve.
Oh, it's
Just out.
just into the side. Didn't miss by much.
Nope.
And the Channel Islands survive. And it's 4-all. Still no breaks to serve.
What I'd be doing now, if I were a team, is I'd be commenting on what I just experienced. They continue on. My recommendation regularly is to keep the communication flowing. What are we observing? Because the partner may, the person who wasn't serving may be observing things that the server wasn't, because the server is obviously more in the fire of the action. Keep the communication going all the time. There's another poke. Great pickup. Stay away from the net, and they're back.
Oh, carnage.
What a great
How have they
point.
won that point?
Wow. He really kept his bearings there and managed not to touch the net. That's such a tricky part when you manage to get the ball that's come off the back wall. It's all the way at the net. You manage to poke it in, and your body weight has to stop all of a sudden before it touches the net. Otherwise, even if the point continues and you touch it, you have lost the point. Nice high lob.
Oh no.
In the sky.
Well, maybe a little over-eager to get across to take it away from Sheridan.
There's good defence, though.
Yeah, I have to say, watching this up close, Minty, is a joy, isn't it? I mean,
It is.
Especially seeing what Ian Furness is doing in terms of the different touches and the different shots. And you said knowing where he is, his bearings.
Yeah.
Seems to have it all mapped out.
He knows how to read those double walls. Oh, that's a great volley. Good job. Oh,
Suddenly silence descends.
indeed.
These are big moments in this final. Into the corner, just in. Is that one going to find the court as well? It does.
Great pickup.
Bit of miscommunication. First time we've seen that, really. Oh, what a way to finish. Simply sensational from Suso Padillo. That's how you finish a rally like that.
That was a great point. Backwards and forwards. Another example of you don't have to kill the ball to win the ball. When you have those long points too, you want to be able to catch your breath.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of confusion here at the score. I think Gloucester think. So we think it's 30 all. Yeah. 30 all. Yeah. Yeah. So a little bit of confusion.
Well caught in.
I hope we've got that right.
Yep, exactly.
Feeling a bit of pressure there. But yeah, we were a number of us tracking this game. Such a big game, of course.
Nice.
Oh, here's a chance for the Channel Islands to get a breaker serve. Saved a couple of break points themselves in the last game.
He's been very good on the serve return. That's a great. Oh,
how bold does he go here with his second serve?
It's going to be. He just has to put it in. Oh, short. Great pickup. It's out.
Well, the reaction from Furness.
A por tres.
Says it all.
It does. I mean, when you watch the pros and they hit these balls with great alacrity, even from the baseline out, but then the problem is the pros can actually go out of the court and get it. It's such a talent to be able to anticipate that.
And again, that's a really good firm strike from Sheridan. Are we ever going to see a break in this opening set? There's been opportunities.
Yep.
That's a good hold in the end from Padillo. The old hangover effect is averted. They had break points, but Padillo able to hold, so they're a game away from taking this opening set, lead 5-4.
Well, the question is now, what are they going to do as they powwow on the benches? Of course, the pros, they have an entire team. It's very hard to understand, but they have an entire team beyond just the two on the court. You have there's the coach, there's the physical trainer, there's, for many of them, they have some sort of psychiatric help or some sort of psychologist. You know about that in tennis.
Do indeed.
But the challenge for the pros in paddle is that anyone under the top 20, they can't afford to have that group. So, which is one of the reasons why they had that boycott that happened earlier in the year with the men's, who boycotted 2 tournaments, because basically it just privileged the top 20, and they thought that wasn't good for the sport. It certainly wasn't good for the people who are 21 to 100. Good pickup.
Yeah, and if you want to grow the sport,
you need to have
depth of
the hope that there's that the bottom group is going to be able to play and compete. There was. In those when that shot comes in the corner, typically it's bouncing on the first of the 2 side walls, and it hits the back wall. It definitely is the other partner's ball, but you have to know how to coordinate that together. Good lob.
There's a lot of support in the crowd for the Channel Islands.
Indeed.
As we were saying earlier on, actually, in the semi-final between Gloucestershire and Surrey, it was Gloucestershire got a bit more of the crowd support, but certainly they feel outnumbered in the crowd.
Well, I was having a fun chat with Heather about the fact that the sports dynasties, as far as counties are concerned, usually do not include Gloucestershire, and certainly won't include the Channel Islands. I mean, she was saying that Surrey and Wiltshire are the
Yes.
two typical powerhouses in sports. Maybe you can comment on that, Pete.
Well, yeah, no, and that's often the case across the board. I mean, they're two, in terms of population, huge counties and counties with a lot of paddle courts. So I think it's been really refreshing, the fact that we've got two counties that aren't synonymous with winning across the age groups. Oh,
The miscommunication, both going in for it, obviously disappointing, but I always like to say better two than none.
got the height just right. It wasn't far away from touching the roof. And they're right back in this game. Suddenly, Gloucestershire 2 points away from winning the set.
30 all. 40 all. Sorry. Deuce. First deuce.
Brilliantly dug out. Excellent lob off the return. Oh,
It's not going to stay in.
and what a volley that is as well by Sheridan.
Great point.
She's stealth-like, isn't she?
Yes.
Makes everything look so easy.
Yep.
And here is a set point for Gloucestershire.
That's a good dig. Those volleys that are below the net always a little bit more complicated.
Oh, it's so
Great
well
shot.
put away. Got his body out of the way to angle the ball away.
And hit that grill on the side.
So it's still a set point for Gloucestershire. Silver deciding point, or silver point as you say, but it's not only a silver point, it's a set point as well.
Nice patience in that shot. Good length on the lob. It's good.
Again, it's utterly fascinating. Point swinging one way then the other.
That's
Padel
good.
looking to finish it. Oh, still we go on.
Uh-oh.
Now's the chance.
Oh.
Didn't touch it. I don't think he did, and it's Gloucestershire who are celebrating, and that's good honesty
Yep.
from Furness to say no, he didn't get a touch. And that is the first set to Gloucestershire. A brilliant set that really could have gone either way. But when it came to the crunch, it's Gloucestershire who sneak it 6-4. I can tell you as well, Gloucestershire are one set up as well in the second match, so far so good for Gloucestershire, who aren't all that far away from where we are in Bristol.
Neighbours.
What do you make of that opening set, though?
Well, I liked it a lot. High quality. Both teams show that they know how to pick up difficult balls, reset, put up some lobs. The lobs, quality lobs, always landing in that last 3 meters. It felt like at the beginning it was going to be a little bit of a nervy ending, but they've now settled in, so you can feel like it's tight. I have a feeling this is going to come in a split set. That's how close I think it is. That's my call.
Yeah, so from that, I'm guessing you don't think anything too drastic needs to be changed as far as Channel Islands are concerned?
Well, I do feel needs a little bit more punch in some of the putaways. I talk as much as I talk about patience and not going for it. Oop, lucky shot. Let cord and then into the feet. But every once in a while, you do need to have putaways. And if you don't, then you're relying on consistency and letting your opponents screw up, which is a great way to win. I mean, as my cousin always says, you don't win with winners. You win by the unforced mistakes you don't make.
Is that just a Padel saying? 'Cause I mean, I thought that stat you said there, that 70% of shots is just getting it in play. And we're seeing that here as well.
Yes,
in
indeed.
terms of, you know, the defensive ability. And as you say, the amount of times where I've looked at a shot and thought, oh, they're going to go big here. But they haven't. They've been far clever, far brighter than I would have.
Patient anyway. Right. Oh, and a let cord to win that one. Obviously, there's what is an unforced error? I mean, that's a wholly large topic, isn't it, Pete? I mean,
Yes.
the unforced error for some might be a very forced error for others, depending on your level.
This is a constant debate when ever commentating on the T word, tennis, and
Yeah.
the stats come up
Yeah.
at the end of the first set or at the end of the match, and very much so different places monitor the unforced errors differently.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Something that my friend Vianney Dubois brought me into, which is because he played on the right. Well, when we talk about winners, this is typically the land of the left, as in the people who play on the left, obviously different with left-hander. But what about glorifying the role of the right? And he said what we need to do is we need to bring more assists into the game. In other words, how you help bring the winner to the left-handed player, like you might in football or hockey, have an assist. And this would give value to the role of the right player. I mean, because you are two, and you both have roles, and you both have different types of shots. Now, I was talking with Heather, who's left-handed, who's playing in the right. And in this mixed, she is a little bit, let's say, like a right-handed player, in that her role is to set it up so that Suso can. That was a great shot, great point.
A big reaction there.
Coming across for the volley.
Big reaction from the crowd again.
When you do that, like in tennis, of course, when you do that, especially at our age, the problem is you can't run back quickly. So you leave yourself very open.
Exposed.
So you really want to make sure you get it. Nice turn. Oops.
Yeah, just didn't look quite balanced as she
Yep.
hit the overhead.
Footwork. Pete. That's a great serve. Oh, no, it was out. It's close.
Oh, that was close as well, but did find the line. And that one gets it done. So always so important after winning such a tight first set, how you fare in the first game of the second set.
Yep.
But in the end, despite being taken to juice again, Padillo comes through his service game.
It brings the goods.
And they did this, didn't they, in the semi-finals? Played the big points very well. It really has been the difference in this one. They're just winning a few more of those juice games. So with regards to the stats in Padel, Minter, as in, will they go in that direction? Are we going to have assists? Are we going to see that more often? Are we also, how much is defensive shots monitored in terms of shots where you, let's say, get the ball back on the back foot? How often is that monitored?
Well, for sure. I mean, Vianney is my main
Yep.
port of call with Padel Intelligence, and unfortunately, it's not been integrated into the Pro Tours in the commentary boxes, much to the chagrin of some of the commentators. But I mean, amongst the shots that he will be recording are the lobs and the depth of the lobs, great lob, and chiquitas. So
Yep.
these are shots that we absolutely have to lovely cut off again. At the feet, manages to win. It doesn't have to be hard sometimes, just getting it in an awkward position at the feet. Yeah, so there are some defensive shots. Like the chiquita is a perfect example of a irregular shot for a tennis player. You're at the back, and you're just going to dink it into the feet of the people at the net.
How easy is that, though, to monitor from a, let's say, a Hawkeye point of view?
Well, it wouldn't be from a Hawkeye perspective. It would just because right now all the data is being manually entered. But it is very simple because the shot is at the back. Ooh, great shot. By Heather, a lovely backhand. Or no, it was a forehand, was it? Oh, no, it was a backhand. Yeah, across court, yeah. As a lefty, I got a little confused.
It's confusing, yeah.
Fair sportsman to identify that was a good shot by the opposition. Always nice to see that, Pete.
100%. Tom and I were talking about it in terms of making sure you keep the sportsmanship in the sport. Well, a little bit of a miss it, I think, but
worked.
It worked. You pay for all the racket, may as well use it all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how the rackets have changed over the years, though.
Well, when you were telling me about how the sport began, you were saying there was just saw off a tennis racket.
Well, that was the very, very first when they didn't have any other rackets. But basically, they went and borrowed the rackets from platform tennis. Oh, great shot. Ah, that's one from the other book. Badia must recognize that shot. A little dink off the back wall. Again, that's another type of shot which you need to earn. So you need to show that you can hit a bajada hard off the back wall. And then once that's set up, typically down the middle or at the body, then all of a sudden they're expecting that, and it gives you more room for the little dink. That was a good shot. What I noticed, what I liked about his shot there is that he got down on his knees, so that it was a literal overhead, but on his knees. Smart. Good pick up.
Great pick up. As is that.
Yep.
Oh, and that. Oh, brilliant hand skills
Good
all
hand.
round.
Yep, lovely. Good point. Picking that shot up off the side, keeping her bearings, keeping positive. In. Nice pop
Just
out.
did enough to get it out.
Por cuatro.
So here's a question for you, Minty. I don't know how well you know the Channel Islands team, but what sport did Ian Furness play prior to paddle?
Well, he's got a great book on the wall, so I'm going to go with real tennis.
Well, yet you would be near squash.
Rackets. Oh,
So it's
squash. Okay.
But then also racquetball. He is the racquetball champion on the island.
The English racquetball. I mean, British racquetball, because I understand there's a difference between English or British racquetball and American
Sadly
racquetball.
don't have that written down. I just have a racquetball champion. So whatever they play in the Channel
I'm sure it's similar.
Islands, I would imagine it'll probably be UK racquetball. But yeah, that's it. That's his background.
Well, so he knows the walls and fast balls, because the racquetball ball is a very fast ball.
So I mean, his background was squash, but yet clearly multi-talented.
Yeah, he's got the walls. You can see that.
Whereas Emma Davenport is from tennis.
You can see that too. Good volleys. Yep.
So Gloucestershire secure another service hold. They are yet to be broken in this final, and they lead 6-4, 2-1. If you had to pick a sport to come from into paddle, what would you say is the biggest advantage?
Well, basically it has to be tennis, because the ball is so comparable. I mean, it's just slightly less pumped up than a tennis ball. May have a little bit more fur, but the net, there's so many elements of it that come from tennis. The problem is moving from tennis to paddle. And I mean, I've had so many guests on my shows who've turned pro, who are just bona fide amazing paddle players, but it wasn't always like that. I remember having Luis Estrada, #1 American, and he was a tennis pro, several hundred ATP, and he said to me, well, it actually took me a year of losing in order to become a paddle player. You have to prepare to unwire, not do what you instinctively want to do. And it doesn't come easy for a competitor who's used to doing what I like to do. I remember playing with Dom Inglet.
I know Dom well.
And Kirsten an Estonian ex-ATP, and playing with a friend of mine, Gerald. Plays very good level. He played on the left and I play on the right. And Dom 6-6 and Kirsten 6-5. That's out. Well, we beat them despite having age against us, height against us, because we play
power
padel.
too. Dom's got as well.
A little bit of power.
Yeah.
Actually, Kirsten as well, 6'5", lefty. Another good point. Off the back wall, patience. You can see he's just a natural paddle player because he just has no problem letting the ball go by him. Oh,
it's brilliant though.
wow!
What a shot from Emma Devonport.
Everybody has now, all 4 of the players have now executed that type of an uncanny shot. But you have to know when to pull it out.
Well, incidentally, it's going to get even busier around this court because I can tell you that Gloucestershire have won the second match on court 2. So Gloucestershire in a great position here. A set up 2-1 in the second set, up. And if they win this encounter, they will be the champions of the over 50s mixed.
Key point here, 30 all, 2-1 or 1-2.
Very good serve.
So Heather will be upset with that, but she knows she can do better. It's that thing, you know, how to manage mistakes in paddle.
Oh, it's a very good volley from Devonport as well. So it wasn't a bad return, high quality paddle. And it's 2 games apiece. Still just the 1 break that we've seen in this encounter. So off the return here, can they do anything different for you, Minter?
Well, when you're in the I formation, you have to try to find a way to take advantage of the fact that the server is running across. Or do you just plonk it over? Another good contrapared. What's interesting about the contrapared like that is that it sometimes dies off the back wall. Good volley. Loose.
Just couldn't control it. Awkward high backhand.
Yep. The hardest shot in tennis, probably the hardest shot in paddle, is the high overhead backhand. Of course, different from tennis, Pete, and hopefully this is not going to offend you, but there are many more difficult shots in paddle because there are many more shots.
Yeah.
The variety of shots, the angles, and of course it's always doubles. And there you go. Pop out por cuatro. Beautiful.
Yeah, I just wonder whether that's perhaps why we see players getting more frustrated in tennis, because there's more repetition with the shots you're playing. So if you miss a shot you're so used to playing again and again.
How can I miss that?
Yeah.
Whereas here it's like, well, I've never done that shot before.
You've got to improvise. Yeah.
There is improvisation in this.
Yeah.
I mean, you see like the magic of Paquito Navarro or Agustin Tapia, where they invent shots. They seem to invent shots anyway. I think it's also because they play 6-7 hours.
Oh, it's a little bit of wizardry from Sheridan, slicing that one in half,
When you
getting
see
it away.
when you see the pros with those shots, how fast they want to intercept that ball so it does not go off the grill. You know, you can be lazy and sort of stroll in and just, oh, well, I hope it's going to come up. No, the best answer
You've seen me
is
play before. I don't know you were watching one of those.
no comment.
But yeah, as in yeah, it just seems like anticipation skills, reading of the game.
Yeah.
To me, watching this with you, Minter, again, because I've only played the sport 4 times, so I love seeing this because it's all watching players who seem to be 2 steps ahead of where my brain is ahead at the moment, because I'm still learning the sport.
Right.
So it's, oh, why have they? Oh, they've played that there because of that, and then they move here, and then they anticipate where to go so much quicker than my brain is reacting to it at the moment, which to me is exciting, because I think, oh, I've got so much to learn.
Exactly. I mean, that is why I've been 51 years of playing paddle and still have puppy love feeling for it.
I think I listened to one of your podcasts where I think you talked about that, in terms of you constantly learning.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
paddle.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, considering, as we were mentioned before, the rackets have changed, the balls have changed, the rules have changed, and then the game itself is changing by the pros bringing in another level of competition.
Again, this time able
Great.
to pick it up off the
Oh.
fence, and oh well, not sure what happened there. A little shake of the head from Sheridan.
Yep, there was that sort of shot that squirmed off a racket and then went off, and you knew it was going to be going at an angle.
So for you, Minte, does nothing compare to this sport now? I mean, just in
No.
terms of, because of that, because of the how it maps out.
Yep. And I mean, really, it's a dance. It's a dance of two. So what counts for me hugely is who I'm playing with. I mean, as opposition as well as my partner. And then there's this dance that goes on, especially when you're properly playing paddle. You're not just trying to kill every shot, as some people like to do. Because it's all about the winner. It's all about the glory. And really what I think it's about is just building up the dance, building up the sequences, figuring out how to strategically shift around, like in a match of chess, with some people you've been playing with for years. And if you make a mistake, how to put it behind you. Whoops. She volleyed that at the service line. And I typically, I mean, the big pros can do that, but I recommend usually letting it go and reset.
To Ness earlier on about no man's land, and
Well,
that exists in paddle. And
I've come to change my mind on that. When you oh, beautiful cross court. That's a lovely dipping shot, beautiful shot.
What a way to respond as well.
Indeed.
Error in the previous point.
Yep.
Next point, able to slap it away very nicely, and it's 3-all second set.
So in no man's land, Pete, the interesting thing is that when you look at the pros in a heat map, that for men and women, oops, good shot, they will spend the greatest percentage of the match in no man's land. But we don't call it no man's land in paddle, it's transition land, where you're coming from the back to the net or from the net back to the back, depending on what's happening. And so you might do a shot, you take a step in, see what happens, and then you go back. So you're always wanting to go into no man's land, show I want to go up. Hey, listen, you want to try me? I'm gonna push in. But if you do something good, I'll push back and I'll just stay back and I'll wait for my next time. So this idea of no man's land is only no man's land if you don't move in. In other words, you're staying stock still. You're dead in the tracks, and then you're in no man's land.
So there's a little bit of cat and mouse, bit of bluff as well, in terms of saying, hey, look,
100%. I mean,
half step forward.
For the pros, the most important work is actually in the transition space. How do you move from back to front? How do you retire to the back when you haven't done the shots or executed what you wanted, or maybe they hit a good lob on you? You have to come back, reset, and then think about how you can get the net again. Well, transition back.
The level of Gloucestershire has been so high. This game has been a bit of a standout one. They both just dipped somewhat, Sheridan and Padillo. So trouble, 2 break points, but that's 1 saved. A reminder, they've yet to be broken in this final. It's a brilliant serve.
Yep. Golden point. No, it's the first deuce.
Yes, first deuce.
So 2 serve returns. That's very frustrating.
But you could hear there for me, in fairness. I mean, he's read off the wall so well today.
Yeah.
That one's only just snuck over.
Wow.
Brilliant defending from Devonport.
That's a good lob too.
Suddenly, Channel Islands right back in the point. Can he get this one as well? He can. Brilliant. Oh, not this time. Not for the want of trying, though, in fairness, but Padillo testing out the cardio of his opponents.
He ran off into sunset. Great effort, though.
Oh, it's really clever. So quick to get up to the net. Took control of the point, Padillo. And once again, they are able to hold, saving break points. Something I've said a number of times before. Gloucestershire up a set and 4-3. The finish line in sight. A reminder, if they win this match, they are the mixed over 50s champions.
Yeah. One of the things that was interesting in there, and you saw it several times in the last games, is that a shot that's driven through the two at the net does not mean the point's over. Tennis players will say, oh my God, let it go. But what you've seen in these players here is that they know that the ball driven through, it's going to come off the back. And he's not rushing in that last shot, even though they lost the point. He picked the ball off the back of the net, back off the wall, and then just dropped it slowly over the net. Padillo then put it away. However, he shows great presence with the ball to be able to do that. He's running back. He doesn't know where the opposition is. Then he leaves a nice little short shot.
Feels like a while since Gloucestershire were able to create a chance to break the Channel Islands serve. Only seen one break in this match.
Great points are hard to come by. Ooh, that's a unlikely unforced error. It's in. Got lucky. Oh dear.
Oh, well. A little bit of funky spin on the ball, and Devonport wasn't anticipating it. How costly will that be?
That's where you need to know how to hit the ball off the back wall. It has to be part of your repertoire at this level.
Just wanting to clear the ball there.
Mm.
So a bit of pressure on the second serve, a little bit of extra time to wait.
Think about it.
Great length from both teams.
Yep.
Is that going to find the court? It does.
Wow.
That's too good.
Good length. Benefit of having that kind of length is that it pops off and goes deep. So if you're not reading it like Heather wasn't, you have no chance of getting it. But your margin of error was tight because it was just a question of 30 centimeters from the back wall.
That's an excellent service game once again from Devonport.
Very solid.
Pressurised game because had she been broken there, Gloucestershire would have been serving for the match and the title. Coolness personified. So 4-all second set.
Oops.
Pressed that one into the sideboard. Rare error from Padel.
The interesting thing, Tom Peter, when you're in paddle is handling the error. I mean, like every sport, you handle the error. Federer famously said that he only won 53% of his points. But paddles are generally an easy game. So unlike tennis, which is actually just a difficult game, in paddle, every shot's basically easy, if you will. And yet, we can miss easy shots. So how do you get over, well, the fact I miss this easy shot, I mean, and not lose confidence? So.
Well, it must be interesting as well if you're members of the Gloucestershire team, the likes of Kingsley and Marie, sat courtside. Don't want to get too cold.
That's it. Oh, we
use up too much emotional energy
right,
as well.
Indeed. Ooh, there's a shot off the sidewall.
Great shot off the side.
And that's a great little lob.
That's going to be very difficult to get back. Another tight game. I mean, this has been the thing with the Gloucestershire service games. They've not been able to hold comfortably, but they keep somehow finding
a way
ways to hold. Is it going to give at some point, though? No, he's missed it. Second error of the game, really, from Padel. And another break point for
Characterize that as strategically a poor shot.
Oh, it's another error, and Channel Islands finally break. It's taken them the best part of an hour. Big reaction from Ian Furness. And all of a sudden, it's the Channel Islands who will serve for the second set and the chance to take us into a match tiebreaker.
Exciting. You can see the way he handles those serves. He's gotten the measure of them clearly, but he lets them bounce off the sidewall, backwall, and then picks it up. This is the type of shot that a squash player is very comfortable doing. Tennis players struggle because you really have to get your feet out of the way. Of course, the racket's smaller, but you really have to know how it's going to bounce, and what's the spin torque coming off of it, and then be ready. And one of the ready position of your racket, it generally has to be low and close to the ball. You don't need any big backswing, because all you're trying to do is get the ball back.
It's a great atmosphere here.
Yep, there is.
And I think most of the fans want a match tiebreaker. They may even want a Super Championship tiebreaker to come. So look at that. Kyrgios-esque.
Yeah, indeed.
It's a tennis reference, but
indeed,
I think it still applies.
It does. There is all sorts of kinds of boos that go on with regard to that. All sorts of commentary about whether that's fair, good sport or not. It's of course legal, but I
think surely that should be allowed, shouldn't it?
It is allowed. It's allowed, but there's plenty of people who don't. Let's say.
What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I've done it in the past. I mean, basically, there's a hand ability to put the ball over, but that feels like karma coming back.
Well, it's got the crowd going as well here.
I mean, basically, the serve is not a shot to win a point. The serve is just to get in and hold the net. So in that spirit, I'm more interested in just putting the ball. That's a good get. Oh, great get.
Oh, wow, what a get that is. Not that time, though. Couldn't do it back to back.
Yep. Putting him in the corner.
I mean, I'm of it's a sport. The rules are there, and therefore, if you can hit a drop shot serve, why shouldn't it be allowed?
Well, it is allowed.
It's just to try and learn.
Yeah.
Or appreciate it even.
But the spirit of the game is the idea is the serve is not to be won. So that's why I sort of end up saying I don't want it to be a way to win a point.
You're only seeing it all the time.
I want the serve just to be as we say in French, a mise en jeu. Put it in the game. That's all you're doing, is putting it in, and then we play the game.
But obviously, they're trying to hit the toughest serves as
indeed.
well.
Well, of course. There's an example.
Yeah.
Great return.
Great return from Sheridan.
Yeah.
Ready for that one. Oh, it's wonderful. What a time
shot.
to find it.
You know, my paddle coach side says that was not at all a shot you should be doing. It was a half volley from the baseline.
Sheer instinct. Though.
Indeed, and great angle.
And in the moment,
Yep.
30 all, serving for the...
No, 40-30.
It was 30 all the time to
Yeah.
get
Oh, I
to
see,
40-30,
right. Yeah,
so
yeah,
now
yeah.
it is set point.
It's out.
Oh. Oh, it's brilliant.
Now
And the
that
Channel Islands bounce back.
was a great game. Well played.
And I think deservedly, this one heading to a match tiebreaker. There's some weary looks out on the court. It's been a lung buster of an encounter. Two very tight sets, separated by just the one break. But it's a tiebreak to 10 to settle this match. And if Gloucestershire win it, a reminder, they will be the champions.
And if
Their
they
twos
lose
have
it,
already won the match.
if they lose it,
It's a match tiebreaker between one of these pairs and one of the players out of the other pairs. If that makes sense.
it does. Well, I can say that is a very complicated thing to decide, having gone through it this morning. Because you have to figure out left and right and who's in form. And you could be the left player is in form, but the other person, right player, isn't in form. Two left players in form. Oh my gosh. And then do you take the two lefties and split them up?
And this is why all of these teams have captains. They obviously have player captains as well, but we were chatting to Ness, who was a captain here for Surrey, for the women's team. She said she was half captain for the mixed, because of course it combined with the men's. But she was saying that for some of the matches she was selecting teams based on who would play the tiebreaker best. Some point to start this match tiebreaker here, though. First
Nice
to 10.
effort to cut it off, but you know, when you cut off, the issue is if you don't make it, then you leave that big space, and there it was.
Well, incidentally, Gloucestershire, of course, won a match tiebreaker against Surrey. This pair did so. They were 5-1 down, and then they won it 10-5.
Yep.
9 points,
in a row. No.
Whereas Surrey were able to defeat Yorkshire in a championship tiebreaker. So that was the one that went to a deciding match. Championship tiebreaker and the decider. So both of these pairs, all of these players have experienced tight wins recently.
Another good serve.
Always missed it. There's just been a few errors. Last 10-15 minutes or so from Padel. He's had a little bit of over-eager with the finish line there.
Indeed. Tricky line call.
Oh, well, a couple of errors from Gloucestershire.
4-1.
Again, they find themselves in a bit of a hole.
It's interesting when you have these line call issues, how much you can let that sit. You're going to move along.
Clearly, Suso did not agree with the call.
Nope.
Not to put his partner off more than him. Right, that's good honesty from Padel. He just said they just touched the net and the follow through as he hit the ball.
Yep.
So the point goes to the Channel Islands. And, well, deja vu. 5-1 down again.
5-1. Here we go. Round two. We know we can't write these two off. Gloucestershire came back from 5-1 in the semis. It does feel like a different encounter this time, I must say. Well, Was the serve in, was the question, I think. And when if it's played, then you have to sort of go with it.
Yeah. So he stopped the rot.
Oops,
Oh,
great
it's a
serve.
devilish serve as well.
Here we go.
And there's the comeback on again. Such a clever shot. And it works as well. And there is the finesse we've talked all about all day, all weekend. What about the power? Angling that one away, so from 5-1 back to 5-4.
Yep. It's not on service yet.
Oh, nearly made it.
It was nice.
Footwork.
Yep, it was a good return, good volley, but then Padilla had a nice shot.
Very sharp to get up the court, wasn't he, Padilla? So
Yep.
5-6.
With serve.
Oh,
It's in.
oh, well, as if this match needed more drama. 2 net cords early on in it.
Both
Maybe
kept.
Sheridan just feeling it a little right now,
Yep.
but it's going to be another change of ends.
7-5, the Channel Islands. See, this is when I'm thinking you need to be talking together, keep it together, because you go both, you have your own way, you have your own thoughts, but you need to be solid as a team. This is really where mindset is going to count so much.
This is also where you wonder. I'm not seeing any warm-ups from the other teams just yet.
Wow.
Well, no way through. Brilliant defence. Inisi from Devonport.
Yeah, that was absolutely stunning. Great hand high.
Furness finishing the job. And that could be the point, because they've got the cushion back. 8-5.
What I was noticing, Peter, about that was that she gets down as she hits those half volleys, so her body weight is coming back, which I think is something you see in tennis. Obviously, oops.
Oh, but he's missed that one. Well, the tension is there. We've seen a couple of errors from the men in the last couple of games. If Gloucestershire can nick this point, it will be absolutely fascinating. It's a really good serve. Oh, what a return though. Oh, brilliant overhead.
Lucky, just by a smidgen. Sometimes the game is a game of centimetres.
Fine margins. Absolutely, it's been a match of fine margins. And here are 3 match points for the Channel Islands.
Just going to bounce up high. It's going to bounce up high again.
It's done. What a turnaround for the Channel Islands. And it will come down to a deciding championship match. A brilliant win. Ian Furness and Emma Devonport. 7-3 down, but they turn it around, play some phenomenal paddle.
Well-deserved hug at the end for the winning team.
And it's 1-1. So what we're going to see now is a match tiebreaker. Once the captains have decided which players they're going to use, they have to use 1 from pair 2, 1 from pair 1. And those two will
And
combine.
it has to be a man and a woman.
And it has to be a man and a woman, yes, good point.
Right, so
Yes.
that adds to the flavour of it.
Adds to the flavour, adds to the drama. And so as soon as they're ready, we'll be ready and we'll talk you through that. The final goes to the wire between Gloucestershire and the Channel Islands. So the players are ready, we're ready, everyone's ready. It's come down to a championship tiebreaker. They've made the selections, so it's going to be Emma Devonport for the Channel Islands. She's alongside Morgan Jubb coming in for this one from the twos. He owns the only paddle club in Jersey, Island Paddle. So he's a popular guy in Jersey when it comes to this sport. There's no doubt about that. As for their opponents, so we see that encounter start already. Suso Pedillo has kept his place. Marie Bell stepping up from the twos to join him. A reminder, it is a first to 10 points match tiebreaker, winner of which secures the title for one of these two counties in the over 50s. What a way to start the weekend it will be for one of the counties.
And what's important to remember is that these are two new pairs and it's a championship tiebreak, so it's very difficult to get that synergy setting in place. So it's the question of which two can figure out how to put it in place right away.
And let's not also forget, of course, Suso Pedillo and Emma Devonport have only just come off court. Their match finished moments ago, whereas for the other two players, they've had to wait almost, well, 45 minutes or so. So do you target those two more because are they going to likely be more cold?
Yep.
Didn't see them warming up before coming out here.
Especially in these lovely years, it's a little bit more difficult to stay warm and flexible.
Such a good shot from Pedillo.
Lovely.
Dissecting the two. It's got a unique ability to keep that ball so low.
That's right.
Laser-like.
It's a little bit of a cut. There's no top spin. But it does come off, so if you're attuned to it, you'll be able to get it. I mean, Emma nearly got to it.
Again, he's dialed in right now as Suso Pedillo. Made a couple of errors back end of the previous match on this court. Towards the back end of the match, he played a great match overall, certainly not being too critical of him.
Right.
But what a reaction this has been, start of this match tiebreaker.
Yep.
Just too hot to handle.
Yep.
And it's a 5-1 lead for Gloucestershire. Well, they used to be 5-1 down. That's two match tiebreakers on this court.
Right.
They've been 5-1 down.
This is deja vu all over again.
Yeah, new territory, though. Being 5-1 up. So I'm going to ask you the question, how do the Channel Islands change this, Minter?
Well, I think they're going to need to change how they're going after the points, because they're not winning the points. So I would be inclined to add for a little bit more patience, putting up some better, deeper lobs, and seeing what they have to come back with.
Well, just landed in.
Yep.
Shot from the Channel Islands.
Lucky.
Pedillo this time overcooking.
All right, here we are, 5-2. Can they come back?
It's Morgan job to serve.
Yeah, two serves.
There's a confusion of who was serving. And it is Morgan Jubb to serve.
That's a lovely lob. This is the bajada. Great get by Emma. Bajada. Sorry, bandeja. Nice.
Oh, did well to get that back in play.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire just clinging on in this rally. Still they cling on. Now they have the initiative.
Back
The
transition.
Oh, it's just too long. Well, they were patient. They got there in the end.
I think that's what's going to take, is having that patience, because they don't have a killer stroke on their team, is what I fear. So they're going to win it by attrition, making the others make the mistake.
So from 5-1 back to 5-3, lots of communication.
Always good to see.
That's
There we
too
go.
good.
Nice work.
What is it about these county champs? Last time I was here, it went to the very wire. I think it was sort of 15-13 in the final championship tiebreak. It decided it's got a similar feeling, this mixed final. Let's hope the men's and the women's are half as good tomorrow. We're in for a treat. No, so it's 5-all now. It just seems whatever county goes 5-1 up, they're pegged back.
That's right. So we're now actually officially on service.
Just wonder whether it's the Channel Islands who have a little more belief right now, having come back from behind. Oh, did he get a touch?
He touched it.
He did get a touch. So that's a great get. What is that shot called? Does that have a name?
No, that's a by the skin of your teeth shot.
I have to say, Suso Padillo has been very honest throughout.
Yep.
So I thought he touched that as well.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
Yeah, so 6-5 Gloucestershire. Bit of confusion, who's serving, what's going on. You can understand it, it's been a long day. It's 8:30, gone 8:30.
Oh my gosh.
Started things off at 8 AM this morning. So some tired limbs, but some tired minds perhaps as well.
That's
Not quite got that right. Off the return, it's 6-all as we change ends. It's a bit of a coin flip. Who you going for, Minter?
Channel Islands.
I think you probably have to give them the edge right now, don't you? Just in terms of
The momentum.
momentum,
They've come
having
back.
stolen the last
Yeah.
match.
And also
from
they were
behind.
down 5-1. Question is, will they keep their minds? I think it's really all in the head here, and just staying solid. Name of the game is not screwing up the performance.
A lot of height. Watched it well and did enough with it right into the corner.
Yep, at her feet. It's a shot that she knows how to do. It's certainly not a shot that I recommend, because I think it takes an enormous amount of hand-eye and getting that body back in so that you've got the momentum of the ball back over the net. But
It's great reach.
lovely volley.
Still we go on.
I'm nervous for them. There's a nice bandeja in the corner.
That's
Oh,
such a
it's
clever
high.
shot.
It's in.
Oh, just in. Did brilliantly well to get that back. Oh,
It's in.
bit of wizardry. Oh, it's brilliantly
there we go.
finished. One of the longest rallies of the final. And it's Gloucestershire who win it. What a point, Minter.
Lovely point. It was tense watching it. This is a very important point for the Channel Islands. Patience, good luck.
tricky one. Couldn't quite read which glass it was going to bounce off.
One of the key technical aspects of the lob is, or any of the shots off the back wall, is to take a pace with it as you're hitting it. So you get down below the lob, you stroke up through the ball, but then you take a pace into the court at the same time. Same with your bajada or any of the other shots you're taking low off the ball. You want to take a step with the ball into the court. It allows you to have much more precision.
It's great defence from Padilla. A wonderful lob from Jubb.
Great volley.
Bit of miscommunication.
Better two than one.
Oh no. Well, it's 8-all. So the big question is, who's going to have the championship point first?
This is where we say it's really all in the head. I mean, that was an easy shot. Anyone could have made. Anyone also could have screwed up, as they did. As he did. Great pickup. Ooh, that was just in.
He's done well to pick that up. That's great defence from the Channel Islands.
She has,
and it will be the Channel Islands.
That's it. Emma's been doing that great lobs. There's great depth, great angles. Very consistent.
Well, you'd have to feel for Gloucestershire if they don't win this, but here is a championship point for the Channel Islands.
And we have a Man of the Match award.
We go on though. That's gutsy, isn't it, from Padilla? When you consider it was his error a few moments ago. Yep. Yeah, 9-all, they do change ends.
Into it. Yep.
That's correct. Yeah, 9-all, change ends. But how about that point from Padilla there? When you consider a couple of points ago, he misses the easy volley.
Yep.
He was bold.
What I liked about that was that it wasn't decisive right away. He didn't necessarily really go for the big one right away. He went on the second time he hit it harder.
Oh, it's somehow snuck over the net. And full stretch, every sinew from Devonport, and it did enough.
That is an example of having played against him. She's seen it a few times.
Second championship point to the Channel Islands, and it's into the side wall. It's the Channel Islands who are the champions.
Bravo.
You have to feel for Gloucestershire. They were very close. They were 2 points away, but a wonderful mixed final comes to a fabulous conclusion. It is the Channel Islands who are the mixed over 50s county champions of the UK.
Good for them.
And you can understand the celebrations on the court.
Absolutely. I must say, I've been to the Channel Islands court, the club, Island Club, and I loved it. A tremendous testament of the type of paddle that they've been building in the Channel Islands.
And amazing when you consider, I mean, Morgan Jubb, the owner of the only paddle club in Jersey, and they've gone and won the UK Championships over 50s. I mean, whatever he's doing at that club, he's got some magic going on.
It's beautiful. It was a great match. They really stuck it through them. Well, this is the beauty of paddle. Paddle wins, the team wins, of course, but it was a tremendous event, well attended, a lot of excitement, good sportsmanship, good nosh and beers on the side.
Yes, beers on the side, great nosh. We had a fantastic soul burger a few moments ago. It's been a wonderful atmosphere all day. It starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow if you want to get down and watch some of the paddle here at Rocket Paddle in Bristol. But we'll be back as well to talk you through the women's and the men's tomorrow from around about 2:30 in the afternoon all the way through to around 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. But I hope you've enjoyed our broadcast today. Minte, it's been a pleasure. Sat alongside you. I hope you've enjoyed your
I've had a great time, as I think the two Ronnie said. It's good night from him.
And good night from him.